Ooh.
He's giving fucking Jim credit.
But you do.
Hey, Jim's been working hard. No, he hasn't.
Has it been you, Chip, you all along?
Of course it has. I'm the only one with willpower. Every night when he goes to sleep, I wake up and...
You ask me something stupid, then I'm going to answer it with something stupid. And if I hear myself talk something stupid and I'm really pissed off, depressed, and been out of shape about it, I'm going to throw up some really serious shit.
I think they look at me like I'm some killer, you know? That's what I need. That's what I need to portray to my adversary, that I'm a fucking killer. Look, my niggas cooking though it seems. My every single thought's caught up in collecting cream. I'm ready, nigga. Picture me dying in the blaze. Verify. Will not retire till I'm paid. Till I'm surprised. Who we fly, we fly by. Bitches blow me kisses. Niggas who come in Brooklyn, come on, get your riches. From Crenshaw to 125 and do or die. Rolling with niggas from Long Beach to Long Island. I'll always smile cause my heart falls. Once I commence my show, I rip apart falls. Now I got one nation, it's a crooked compilation. Just thinking of bullshit. Let's get back to money making. Tell them busters that I rolled on, controlling the house. My shit's so wicked when I flip. Niggas closing their mouths, throw Coco brothers. Smoke shot the BD out there. Jack nice LS out. Show a nigga love out. Like some bitches in your car. That's why we get high. Cause you never know when you're gonna go. Like some bitches in your car. That's why we tough lives. Cause you never know when you're gonna go. Like some bitches in your car.
Ask 1,000 people this question. Fight breaks out next to the Diaz brothers. What do you think's gonna happen? Okay? Anybody? Is that a shock to anybody?
It's the guy that with the villain. Kill it. Oh, you see them come verbatim with this tap Dylan. Top Dylan. Make a million. Paparazzi. Chases through the tunnel with the Maserati. Robbery in the trap in the niggas bringing cop in the G. I'm in the 6, you got to hop in the 3. Company monopoly. You handle shit sloppily. I drop a key properly. They call me the Don Dada. Pop a collar. Drop a dollar. If you hear me, you can holler. Even rock waller. Follow the Impala. Wanna talk about this concrete nigga? I'm a scholar. The incredible. Heterosexual. Credible. Take a home. Let it go. Dick ain't edible. Nigga ain't federal. I plan shit while you handpick motherfuckers giving up transcripts. Like some bitches in your dog. That's why we get high. Cause you never know when you're gonna go. Like some bitches in your dog. That's why we puff fly. Cause you never know when you're gonna go. Like some bitches in your dog. That's why we get high. Cause you never know when you're gonna go. Like some bitches in your dog. That's why we puff fly.
You can't break me, never make me bust a softer beats. This outlaw style got a brother off the streets. Mr. Lawrence up and sue me, I won't stop. Till we get justice for these crooked guts on my block. Now I'm on a full of sissies. Tell them all to miss me. A bunch of hypocrites, whistle and Dixie. Good riddance, cause you never should touch me. You gotta see you couldn't take the pressure. I'ma make it sure. Trust me, you cry when they drop me. Can they stop me? Trying to suffer when you copies.
That's what I'm talking about. Fresh, never frozen beef, juicy chicken, pepper jack cheese, and
Hey, you well. I don't know how to tell. Hey, you know, lately, fuck all this shit. We've been on a whole lot of gang shit, you know, never like shit. That's how I'm coming, y'all. Gang, since potty train, all that shit. Oh, this how you coming too? Nah, for real. This a real nigga party, you cannot get in. Busting off the mid, phoning them off the Zan. I can shake your hand. No, I'm not your friend. I don't fuck with rappers. No, I'm not a fan. Damn, niggas really shoot no accident. I can
My bro, that nigga my homie. Count money, fuck hoes. Make sure you get money. We laugh, we told, cause all the ops funny. Put that on God, man, these niggas don't want no smoke. No smoke, no smoke. You niggas don't want it. I can't go, won't go. Won't leave my mama lonely. No smoke. But we that about that money. No smoke, no smoke. You niggas don't want it. I heard these niggas want smoke. They better pull up with 100. Yeah, we want all the smoke. I walk around with it on. Drake will protect me, you ain't taking that. Boy, you can try me, you know I'm a burn. Quick to come to, we ain't never ran. These niggas hating, they mad about something. You know I'm a blow, I ain't never stunning. You know I'm coming, you know what to do. If you want, niggas stop all that talking, you know I'm man. Come and pull up on me. I hope you don't sweat, you know that I'm coming. My bro, that nigga my homie. Count money, fuck hoes. Make sure you get money. We laugh, we told. Cause all the ops funny. Put that on God, man. These niggas don't want no smoke. No smoke. You niggas don't want it. I can't go, won't go. Or leave my mama alone. No smoke. But we that about that money. No smoke. You niggas don't want it. Try to we gon' kill them all. Sure your boy, whoever. Try to get away, we gon' run them down. Get back up, and knocking them down. When you say my name, niggas be percent. You know how we live, and that ain't how you live. If you go to trip and get hit with the clip, ain't no hesitating, we bring it to you.
I think it's more ice.
Boy, they gon' do shit. These niggas talking, I ain't hearing. Nigga better money, bitch. Don't get it to him, you get it. Forever posted in the trench. Swear that we forever spinning. These niggas talking like they with it. When I catch you, you gon' get it. My bro. That nigga my homie. Count money, fuck hoes. Make sure you get money. We laugh, we told. Cause all the ops funny. Put that on God, man. These niggas don't want no smoke. No smoke. You niggas don't want it. I can't go, won't go. Or leave my mama alone. No smoke. But we die about that money. No smoke. You niggas don't want it.
Shit, I'm kind of ugly. It's like Beauty and the Beast. See?
Hey, you well. I wanna know what I'm talking. Hey, you know, lately, fuck all this shit. Now they want me to come. We've been on a whole lot of gang shit, you know, never very sweet. That's how I'm coming, y'all. Gang shit. Yeah. Hey, this shit I'm about to speak to y'all. This some real shit. This the realest shit I never wrote. Hey, Trey P, I wanna know what I'm talking. Fuck all that shit. First off, I wanna tell y'all I'm a hood man. You don't understand till you did become a grown man. Then again, we ain't gotta be friends. We ain't gotta hang together. We don't gotta hold hands. For real niggas, they gon' respect me. Hold on, get this shit in a second. I know I ain't the only nigga. Notice we lost a lot of Chicago legends. First, we gon' start off with JoJo. He had the BDK movement bustin'. I don't even think that I gotta discuss it. Small nigga, but he wasn't for nothing.
Yeah, I remember
Somebody
that.
tell Swag I feel his pain. I know how I feel to lose a fucking
He made that
even
BDK.
though it was bigger than him, I ain't gon' lie, still was gon' cuss him.
BDK.
Ooh, that moment was tragic. But I gotta tell you, Tatter's still a classic. Now we go talk about Pappy. I could vouch that young nigga was savage. Every time you heard a song about Pappy, homes clapping, dogs scattered. You felt the realness, you felt the madness. That's why I played that shit with a passion. You know what got to me? When a nigga killed Zach TV. Let me hear you say fuck them niggas to the field. They don't know I knew you way before the interviews, you too. First nigga step a foot in every hood. Now you got these niggas trying to do what you do. Now let me tell you a story about Lil Mark. He was a demon, but he had a good heart. Cause plus he was too good, brother, that's the good part. Niggas ain't play with him, he won a good time. It's only right that I talk about this. Talk about, you know I'm finna tell your answers to me. He got y'all poppin' niggas, they move. Okay, enough with
the bro ties. No, I ain't crossing over, bitch, I'm not a bow tie. But I made this track to be fair. It's only right that I talk about both sides. So now we gonna talk about Lucy. But I barely knew him like that. But I heard he kept the strap. I mean that with no disrespect. Can't forget about Fredo either. Big business man trying to keep it legal. Stand up nigga, he fed his people. Hell no, I ain't talking pizza. Gotta talk about LA cause he a legend too. I ain't big Ryan just thinking ahead of you. All of the legends, who could you compare them to? Trying to show the bad in you, it's a better you. Think about it though. You know I ain't ending this shit without talking about Lil Ness. I be just thinking like, damn, lil' bro, how the fuck you let them niggas get you? Boy, you started no lag. Why the fuck you ain't had your business? I just wanna send my condolences out to his mother and his sister. You 100 with me forever. You gon' always be official. But how about we talk about Smiles? Man, Smiles was my nigga. Smiles did shit when niggas didn't. Smiles was cooking up when niggas wasn't in the kitchen. Smiles was all about business, bitch. You hear me? Hey, look though, every motherfucking name I just said is a Chicago legend. No matter if you from this side, that side, this shit don't mean nothing. All bullshit aside, if you don't fuck with this, you a fuck nigga. If you don't feel this, you a bitch nigga. Chicago legends.
Queen Bee. That's me.
Yo, I be buying beats, so all my girls be eyeing C's. Coming backstage, dying to get pleased. You got me, I ride the Versace, and then
Won't you go get a bag of the lethal? I'll be undressed in the bra or see-through. While you count your jewels thinking I'ma cheat you. The only one thing I wanna do is freak you. Keep the stone set like I'm on forget. And I'll be doing things that you won't regret. Little Kim the Queen Bee, so you best take heed. Shall I proceed? Yes indeed. I'ma throw shade if I can't get paid. Blow you up to your girl like the army grenade. You can slide on my ice like the escapade. And itchy eye with the marmalade. Who? Not you. Oh yes, who's he? I even dig your man's style, but I love your profile. Whisper in your ear and get you all shook up, but don't blush. Just keep this on the hush.
I know you see me on the video.
True.
I know you heard me on the radio.
True.
But you still don't pay me no attention. Listening to what your girlfriends mention. He's a slut, he's a hoe, he's a freak. Got a different girl every day of the week. It's cool, not trying to put a rush on you. I had to let you know that I got a crush on you. Why you trying to kiss Sea Breeze? I'm in the PVs, on chrome D3s, decked out TVs. CDs with crazy bass, keep my lady lace. Don't be fooled by the baby face, I hope you're not, cause your thighs got me hot. Only one plan, that's the rise to the top. I told you before when I first pursued, I want an interlude in the nude.
You know I love the way you fill up with my tequila. From the dealer, full-length chinchilla. Heat up the clutch, 750 to love. Then we speed down the hutch, breaking trees in the dust. I'm not the one to sleep with, to eat quick. Want a cheap chick? Better go down and freak me. You got to hit me off. Buy this girl gifts, of course. So I look sick in my six with my Christian drawers.
I know you see me on the video. I know you heard me on the radio. But you still don't pay me no attention. Listening to what your girlfriends mention. He's a slut, he's a hoe, he's a freak. Got a different girl every day of the week. It's cool, not
If we place them into these positions first,
we can drag them out. Gain the angle. Oh, good. It's interesting there, Miami. The governor has actually canceled driving the spring break facility in.
Real ass bitch, give a fuck about a nigga. Big Birkin bag, hold 5, 6 figures. Stripes on my ass, so he call his pussy figure. Fucking on a scamming ass, rich ass nigga. Same group of bitches, they don't add to the picture. Drop a couple rates, watch his ass get thicker. Drinking on licking, I'm looking at your nigga. If it's money right, he can eat it like a sticker. I ain't got time for you fake ass hoes. Talking all loud in them fake ass clothes. Fake ass shoes, match that fake ass hoe. I'm the realest bitch ever see, snake ass hoe. Act up, you can get smashed up. Act up, you can get smashed up. Act up, you can get smashed up. Dirty ass, baby girl, you need to back up. It's your Miami and I can't run my stack up. Tired ass hoes on my page trying to track us. Brand new chain city girls going platinum. I keep a baby Glock. I ain't fighting with no random, period. You bitches weak, is you serious? I let him take the pussy, now he acting all delirious. Did a dash, shoot a rubber, I can face the furious. You see my number in his phone, now you acting curious. He gon' buy me Gucci if I ask for it. Yeah, type of nigga walking tall for it.
I think after that, I think you should say something like, I bet your little sister wanna look like me. I bet your little brother wanna fuck like me. I mean, that's what, like, if I was a female, I would say it like that. You need more energy because it's not there. I bet your little sister wanna look like me. There you go.
I bet your little sister wanna look like me. I bet your little brother wanna fuck on me. Hood bitch, good pussy, I ain't average. He can't come around without that cabbage. Double pussy bitch, quick like a bubble gum. I ain't never worry, I just deal with it for fun. Act up, you can get smashed up. Act up, you can get smashed up. Act up, you can get smashed up. Dirty ass, baby girl, you need to back. JT on the track, and you know I'm by my paper. Pussy sweet, pussy tight, so he caught a lifesaver. If your ass a broke nigga, hell nah, I can't bitch it. If your ass a rich nigga, I'ma fuck you till you ain't one. If that nigga scammer, I'm turning to a dancer. Yeah.
No blogs, King Von. I ain't got no blogs, no blogs, King Von. I ain't got no flaws, so please don't bring your hoe around me. I brush my teeth and floss. These diamonds ain't no cavaliers, but I got all this sauce. Foreign bitches be on me. Got diamonds in my watch. I can't tell what time it is. Bitch, get out now, walk. Told these hoes about playing with me, and he outlined in chalk. All my bullets R.I.P. She left me, ha ha. Man, these hoes be so funny, and you know how I rock. All these hoes in love with me. When I pull up, they run. All the ops, they run from me, and they call me King Von. KINGBON. Say I ain't got no flaws, so please don't bring your hoe around me. I brush my teeth and floss. These diamonds ain't no cavaliers, but I got all this sauce. Foreign bitches be on me. Got diamonds in my watch. I can't tell what time it is. I don't wanna talk. Baby, don't you talk to me. In my new house I bought. Spicy big, come walk in it. And call my garage. I just put a horse in it. I don't like her no more. It ain't no point in forcing it. And on either go. I be ducking all the gigs. I turn up at my show. I swear I love all my fans. I ain't got no flaws, so please don't bring your hoe around me. I brush my teeth and floss. These diamonds ain't no cavalier. I got all this sauce. Foreign bitches be on me. Got diamonds in my watch. I can't tell what time it is. I ain't got no flaws, so please don't bring your hoe around me. I brush my teeth and floss. These diamonds ain't no cavalier, but I got all this sauce. Foreign bitches be on me. Got diamonds in my watch. I can't tell what time it is.
I don't know how to do it or anything else. I'm going to try it out and just see what happens. Please don't suck. Oh, I'm going to suck. I'm going to suck so bad. It's going to be awful.
I'm gonna let that Mac fly just like my nigga dope.
I'm going to do my best, okay?
I said I'm gonna let it. Alright, come on. Got a drop on this flexin' nigga. He from Tennessee, I had a thought. She be with this shit, she told me where he be. I say for sure, baby, let me know if you wanna eat. She like, Vaughn, you already know, just put your girl on fleek. I'm like, cool, I can do that, boo. What you want, some shoes? Jimmy Choo, with a handbag too. Red up, baby blue, she gets a smile. She ain't used to this, cause she ain't used to shit. I'm just laughing, could've been a pimp, the way I move my lips. I can speed, could've been a driver, the way I push the whip.
That hoe could have been a bitch the way you throw a fit. I can never get into this kind of music.
Don't let that Mac fly just like my nigga dope. I'm gonna let this Mac fly with this one. Hold on. I said, I'm gonna let it. Alright, come on. Got a drop on this flexin' nigga. He from Tennessee, I had a thought. She be with this shit, she told me where he be. I say for sure, baby, let me know if you wanna eat. She like, Vaughn, you already know, just put your girl on fleek. I'm like, cool, I can do that, boo. What you want, some shoes? Jimmy Choo, with a handbag too. Red up, baby blue, she gets a smile. She ain't used to this, cause she ain't used to shit. I'm just laughing, could've been a pimp, the way I move my lips. I be speeding, could've been a driver, the way I push the whip. You a hoe, could've been a bitch, the way you throw a bitch. But fuck that, right back to the script, cause this a major league. He got bricks, plus his neck and icy, and it matches wrist. Now it's like 6, told her hit his phone, meet her in the wig, but he ain't go. But he ain't that slow, say meet him at the store. I'm like, cool, let him run his move, do what he gon' do, cause this the plot. Put him in a pot, let it cook like stew, I grab my Glock. It been through a lot, but it's this shoe like new, we at the top. Yeah, we lost a lot, but that's just how it go. But check the scope, if y'all lose one more, that's 6 to 24. Let me focus, can't be zoning out. He pulling up now, he double pop. He ain't getting out, he in that push start. That new Porsche, it built like a horse, colors like a fork. He got a ring, I guess he ain't divorced. Wife probably a whore, now she walk up, she strutting her stuff. This bitch thick as fuck, got in the truck, kissed him on his lips. He cupping up, but now I sneak up, crouching like a tiger, like scoop off the wire, the block on fire. So I take a cosh, mask on Michael Myers. I'm on his ass, he finna be mad, he gon' beat her ass. But this what happened, I got to the door, I thought I was capping, I was lacking, cause that go to yelling that was cracking. I'm like, what? I'm like, nigga, who? I was born to shoot, I got aim, I'm like Johnny Dane, when it cut a chain. So I ran, hit one in his arm, hit one in his thigh, this no lie, bitches do or die. You say you gon' slide, got some nerve, your shit on the curve. Boy, we put in work from 64th, and from 65th, we not from 63rd. Bitch, we not from 63rd. They turn game, put in work.
The poor police are pulled up on the ride, girl. So listen. The poor police are pulled up on the ride, girl. Time to shut us down. Time to shut down Thanksgiving.
That's 3 in the morning. I'm thinking about hitting this bitch. I know what y'all thinking I'm woke. I'm supposed to be home with a bitch. Nah, see, I pay the rent. Yeah, and I got a kid. Damn, plus his pocket's thick. The shit I'ma take, he won't even miss. Now they should've risked, cause I asked about him and he played with six. But it is what it is. If that nigga rich, then I'm busting this shit. Yeah, see, even I flinch. Nah, cause my finger itch. Yeah, here comes his whip, but he ain't alone. He came with a bitch. See, I ain't changing no plans. It is what it is. I am what I am. take us with. Let me stop being silly. They going in the building, I'm going in with them. Got this on the road, I said, during we come together. See, I'm asking a little bit of tips. But I focus on surface. Hold on, let's lock some shit. He start shaking his word and fist. So the bitch don't look my way. If she do, her whole face gonna be missing.
She kept the camera rolling
And she stay with
because
her
she
face
had
to the
no
wall, so
reason
I
to
guess
think
she
this
got
night
the
would end any
I
different
want the
than it
money,
was
it can be so
before.
simple. And your jury shit
Then
so bitch.
suddenly, the
If it plays,
broadcast
gonna play like a
stopped.
whistle. Pat him down, look what I found, this pistol. Look to the right, cause I heard a hit. Turned
Before we
around
get
and
into
switched
it,
my sister.
leave a like,
Hey,
drop
Kayla,
your
why you
thoughts
just
in
like
the comments, subscribe to Carmen's Pulse so you won't miss the next episode.
I'm sorry for when y'all fire. Give it the money and jury, just walk it off. You would think me the mob. Man, these niggas be busy. Straight hoe flat out, he sissy. Play with Keyban, he trip. Found a way state next week, he missing. A nigga this me won't do it again. I rob a nigga and do it again. I come to your block and kill two of your friends. It's do or die. It's you gon' right.
During that same stretch of years, she was married, and the marriage grew harder over time.
Oh, shit, I was passed out.
Tasha made the decision that a lot of people
DJ on the beat, so it's bang.
I hate Chris Jericho.
I actually played a celebrity. Christopher Reeve used to have a celebrity game in the garden. I played it for 4 years with it. It was great. But one day I asked my dad, my dad
Refresh the everyday with Mentos gum. Yes to fresh.
I thought you were supposed to be a comedian. I thought it wasn't funny. Don't interrupt my story. I think it's
DJ on the beat, so it's bang. Man, I don't know why he told that boy was realer than the bitch, man. I don't know how he told him. He coulda hit them with the script, but he ain't sugar, but he ain't nah. He told him what he told him. That was my brother, he bogus. Gotta act like I don't know. Don't call my phone no more. That nigga lied to me in my face, don't know what he on, don't know what he on. I even asked him, was it true? He told me, nah, little bro. Nah, bitch, what you lying for? You had me crying, bro. What coulda did that time, bro? Now we ain't talking now. And he don't even call my phone no more, cause ain't nothing to talk about. Nigga, you did wrong to be on my...
I was actually going to go with I could see your wheels spinning when he said that. I was going to go on that.
Ah, see, I threw you a softball.
Yeah, I was going to go on that part.
I would love to see him put Jimmy in some type of You know, Jimmy can bend at least 3 times. Here's the finishing hole. Oh, that's the finish. No, we're not punching that because Jimmy doesn't have any bones in his face. So it just
that whole crowd out there would have stood up if you hit Jimmy and said, "Leave him alone."
Please don't do that.
Nobody would have helped him.
We're not going to do that.
No.
You know that, but it's okay. I didn't know there was a comedian.
No, my fury is over. I'm happy.
We love each other.
And I am a comedian. You didn't think it because it wasn't a funny line, but I am one. Okay.
No, he feels bad.
Let's shake hands on air. There you go. We're buddies. Okay, that was a little awkward. That was. You know, it was awkward. But it was beautifully awkward. You got to stick up for your buds, right? I mean, that's just the way it is.
Not really. Not these guys.
Not these guys. We're a bunch of miscreants. We're a bunch of heathens. You should go down to the comedy cell and see how these guys treat each other. It's amazing. We're just a bunch of scumbags. It is just a bunch of scumbags. That's what we are. We fucking nothing is sacred. We just kind of took this conversation, took it to a screeching halt, didn't we? Let's talk about this. Does anybody? This is beautiful. How was your coffee? Much like. Did you hold each other's coffee? It felt really nice.
It's so fun to see guys change the subject. Let me explain something about the word inappropriate in men should not fucking exist. Only look, you go out there, you might make a mistake where it's like it's personal to you and I understand, but it's like inappropriate you can't have it. The only time you should be inappropriate, the word used by a man, is like you ever had to shit. You feel like you had to shit, but you just had to pee, and you're sitting down with your fucking dick tucked between your legs, feeling like a girl, and you're just looking around going, I feel like a bitch. This is inappropriate. Other than that, you should be like, because we talked about earlier, it's context. You gotta try Christopher Reeve joke, even though it's just. I understand what I'm saying, but you got it.
That he gave her to you. I missed that.
Right. I'm at the club kicking, nigga. Where I'm at right now in this city dirt, I swear, which is little.
Jimmy didn't know his friend is. We needed for a good one. That wasn't a bad one off the cuff. It wasn't that vicious even. It was. I didn't really use a friend with, but it was like wasn't that vicious. It was like let's play some tape and some real vicious shit. Yeah, but I'm saying, but it wasn't. Let's get vicious. You know, it was just done in the moment, and he was a very famous guy. I mean, it was, you know. I didn't mean that, asshole. Don't find it. Look at this fucking asshole right here. We're still waiting for. He loves this. He's just got a big smile.
The bar, remember the bar we was in now, right, nigga? And I was popping at her, nigga, like, oh, what's up? She had a little, but then come to realize she was still a little homie's baby mama, too, at the same time. So I kind of, you know what I'm saying? It was one of those ones I walked in the house and seen a fucking picture again. You know how many bitches on a fuck like that, bro? Walk in the house and it's a picture of a homie or somebody I know in that fucking picture with the bitch. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Numerous times, there. It never fucking failed. Even my wife. But like, well, you know this nigga, oh, fuck, man. Like, I almost had to fight her baby daddy because he was like my nigga. You know what I'm saying? But so that nigga can fuck on, whatever it is. But that's what I'm saying. It's always something dirty. You know what I'm saying? Like,
when I was younger, all my homeboy sisters could get it. They cousins could get it. When I was younger,
Tommy would have killed us, nigga.
Yeah, I thought stuff like that was our plan.
My cousins was very protective over us. I used to tell them, y'all don't know who I'm dating.
Remember we talked about when it was
not let no nigga drive your car. You better not never let no nigga do this and that. You gonna have me to answer to. I really feared them crazy motherfuckers. Yeah, but I'm glad they told me what they did.
I wish my sister would.
My cousins, they didn't play it. And then they was on the football team and stuff at school. Some of the boys wouldn't even, they'd be like, oh, you cute, but you East cousin. I ain't talking to you. You know, and be like, what? You can talk to me. You ain't got to know. I used to sometimes tell them I'm mad at my cousin. And they used to be like, really? No, I'm still not talking to you. I used to be like, you.
I lived up where by Benji in the white neighborhood, in the white town. And I had a white friend, and he had a sister that was like 18. I was probably like 16. And every time I used to come around, she used to be like walking off, stomping, slamming doors and shit. And I was oblivious until finally the older brother said, look, man, she like you. So I had no idea. And that was
sometimes bros hook you up, though. Sometimes bros will hook you up if you're a cool girl, like they won't trip, but that's every once in a while. Like, I wouldn't let niggas fuck with my sister. If nigga fuck with my sister, I don't care if she older than you now. You gotta fight me, my nigga. I might have to hurt you. You know what I'm saying?
That's how my brother was.
That's how
I had one friend that he was like, I think you and him. That's before I met Corey. He was like, because everybody was trying to hook me up once I became single from my other ex. And he was like, man, he's a good dude, this dude, and all of this stuff. Dude was from Rochester. I'm like, boy, I don't date niggas from Rochester. Are you fucking kidding me?
The first person I came in and fell in love with, I thought I was in love with. What the fuck? So you know my shit was toxic as hell. I thought I was so head on the other.
It was crazy. My first baby mama, at least my first baby mama, right? Her friend saw me and told her about me. She saw me. She just wanted to fuck me. So you know what I did? At least I made her wait.
Yep.
And ended up being my baby mama.
Triple threat.
Oh yeah, oh nigga, I swear to God, she liked me. It's my Jewish baby mama, no cap. I swear to God. Some of these stories y'all be like, hell no, this real shit. So nigga gonna talk to me everywhere you was. Hey nigga, I swear, the apartments I lived in, nigga, I swear, I used to walk in every day. This girl Korean, she lived on the other side, white girl Korean, cute little white bitch, right? I was like trying to pop her lightweight, but the homie was fucking with her. The cousin really, the homeboy, the Mexican homie, he was fucking with her baby mama. So I was like, okay, it's off limits, so I couldn't fuck with her. So she seen my name, she's like, whoa. She said, hey, my friend saw you and said, what's up? She goes, oh, she like you. Don't you know the football team and stuff? I said, yeah, She was like, oh, yeah, Well, she want to come over and holler at you. I'm like, all right, for sure. So the apartments where they set up was like one over here and then both sides and one over here. So, nigga, she walked over one day. We chopped it up. She came into my room, nigga, I swear. And the plan was, she was like, a homegirl want you to come to the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. I'm like, yeah, cool. Nigga, I must have brought her ass over there and sat her on that bed, nigga, just talked her away. Nigga, left the light on, just talked to her like, yeah. Because I knew she wanted me, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, gotcha, bitch. You know what I mean? I know how to play that one, nigga. thought you was gonna get me, bitch? Oh, I got you. And that shit worked. I swear, dirt, you nigga, dirt. And it be my first baby mama, though. You know what I'm saying?
Man, that's how it go.
Yeah, my mom was strict. She from Louisiana. She was strict as fuck.
Mine was too.
Yeah. I think I was in the 11th and 12th grade together at one time because I came out of school early.
Ooh, that was back in the day, though.
Yeah, because I went to summer school to get a grade ahead, and I was a cheerleader. You take your ass up there and go cheer. Your brother gonna bring you home.
No, Red.
Up there like a porch kid.
Red, you said, man, it's my mom. She can tell me about her days in high school. Shit. So they're thinking like, damn, like, high school nigga.
Yeah, high school nigga.
Yeah, she went back on this nigga high school. I'm thinking about what?
Yeah, that's my daddy. Shit, my daddy was shit.
And like now, my oldest daughter goes through where I used to live at. And she's going, where your fine ass mama at and all this shit. My daughter said, watch it. You talk about my mom and stuff like that. Because a couple of people thought my daughter was me. And the difference, some mouth ain't fly like mine. And then I told her, I said, girl, just when you see some of them people, just tell them I live about the state and stuff. Just act like whatever. Don't tell nobody why I am, because they're going to probably look my black ass up.
Right.
I don't remember when I got out the house and bust out of that mug. When I graduated and bust out of that, I ain't went back.
You just never know.
That's crazy, man. Y'all look young as hell, though. You and my mom, y'all look young as hell. Dirty tell you, my mom look hella young. My mom like she in her 40s and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, crazy. You know what I'm saying?
And to top it off, I went to Galveston.
That's what I always tell my sis. I'm like, see, like everybody be on here getting on me to my, you 50-some years old, and you on here acting like this and doing that. When I look at my sis, Louisiana Red, I'm like, wait a minute, honey. See, I can act this way because I'm going to be like her when I get a little older. Ain't nothing wrong with how I'm acting. Get the fuck out of here. I do not want to be looking like I'm sitting in a chair waiting on death. Get the fuck out of here. I am a young woman.
Just like Red is, my mom's cool too, just like that. She'll chop it up, and mom's cool, just like that. And they same age too. It's great. They cool as fuck though. But they look hella young too. They look hella young.
Yeah. I can't imagine my sis Louisiana Red somewhere sitting still talking about she waiting on death to come knocking at the door. Get the fuck out of here.
No, but I've been seeing on here, some of the young people look old.
Oh, yeah,
Say that again.
In certain situations, it's true that the black ain't cracking, and it's proven from what I've seen since I've been in Florida. That's very
That was, I don't know what I'm doing. Ooh. Where is everybody now?
He is like this, a nasty little man. He will not stop. What's it gonna take? I'm not a nasty over clutch. Tonight I tell you before the clutch are using her awful afterbirth titties. No, Jesus. To make a point about the situation. I don't like what he just did, which is use his excuse to get that man He just wants to have a baby. He just wants you. All the team alone. He just lied to you. He set you up. He used us to set you up. You used us to get a mean. I feel like we're minutes away from a royal rumble. Help us. Yeah, you know what? Don't need security. Don't insult Jimmy Norton got his feelings hurt. Is that what happened? Don't insult Chris Jericho. Leave the studio. There's no, that's silly. Fuck, that's kind of an insult, to be quite honest. Oh, the security? Somebody came in. First of all, I'd be in big trouble before Poe got there, but it was not. Come on, Jericho. Come on. The lawsuit stuff. I have no any problem saying that I was fucking
No.
all with that shit. I'm funny with that being on YouTube. They do it in slow motion 20 times. It looked like when Smith got hit in the Matrix. Your book was just going, tell your jokes now, funny boy. Norton National Wrestling, isn't it? The NW, and he owns everything. That's why the security came in. I just figured that out. Thank you, Chris. I don't have a pot to piss in, or a window to fall in. You're fired! Thanks, Ted. This is... Because we used to do on Tough Ground, we would get into these... We all would do it. I watched it. We would just be like, you motherfucker, have this quiet, you cocksucker, did you just... You know, and then it's like, all right, I'm going to fucking do this to you. And then I'm going to do this to you. It's just uncomfortable. It's just, that's what we do. It's just uncomfortable. I wanted to continue, and it's just, I don't know why this gets old, but you just want to just have this go on and on. This is a memorable show. Of course. And what's wrong with Red Rum's tits? They look like, oh no. I think she looks great, man, for real. It's they look fine. I'd fuck them. I mean, it's not like I'm just saying it's now getting bad. Yeah. Hey, look. And the crowd is getting mad that everyone's turning on it. We're still trying to recover from the atrocities. I think we made a full recovery. We did. We're doing good. I think so. Yeah, we're doing good. It's all good. I think we'll change the laugh with his ass off.
Oh, I want to see this.
Welcome to the Father's Day. I am Jesse Lee Peterson. Thank you all so much for being with me. You can support the FathersDay.tv by becoming a member on the YouTube channel or JesseLeePeterson.com.
I don't know why I wanted. I could just do another screen.
And check out my coffee, Punchy's Coffee. It's amazing. Punchy is my nickname, so it's Punchy Coffee. Go to JesseLeePeterson.shop. And the coffee is so good, it makes you want to holler, throw up both your hands. I do appreciate it.
This should be fun.
I have with me Jake Monroe. He is a golf YouTuber and content creator from the UK. Jake, welcome to the Father's Day.
It's wonderful to be here. Thanks for having me on the show.
I appreciate it. And I was talking to you a little earlier about what's happening over there, and we were talking about how the United States is becoming the UK as far as destruction and illegal aliens and all that mess. Why did the citizens of UK allow that to happen? Where the Muslims and the blacks are taking over and the whites are under attack and being raped and killed and robbed and murdered. Why did they allow that to happen? The whites.
Well, it's not so much that they allowed it to happen. They were paralyzed into a position where they were unable to act on this happening. The state of the economy in the UK is such a precarious position at the moment where people, the general populace of white people, they're not in a position where they've got nothing left to lose. They also don't have enough money to not complain. They're in this sort of limbo where they have just enough to live, and if they upset that very, very precarious balance, they can lose everything. They've got just enough to scrape by, and if they were to revolt in any way, or which I'm going to say next up, which is one of the other reasons why they don't say anything, but if they were to be incarcerated or detained, if they were to be put on blast for being a racist or whatever, then that's whatever little money they have left completely gone. I mean, it would be better in terms of motivating a revolt if people here in the UK had nothing left. I've got nothing left to lose, let's fight. But they're in this very, very precarious economic situation. And the other reason why they've been allowed to use the phrase allowed it to happen is because, quite frankly, there's nothing they can really do, because there has been legislation and policy put in place in order to paralyze people from saying things. There are legalities correlated to saying things against immigration. Like, for example, have you heard of Prevent that operates here in the UK?
Prevent?
Yeah, Prevent.
No, I've not heard of that.
Yeah, it's a denomination of the terrorist police force here in the UK, and they're specifically organized to deal with extremism, to deal with terrorism, which is a blanket term, it's an ambiguous term that they operate under. But what they typically do, a lot of people are familiar with the 2023 reports of around 12,000 people in the UK being arrested for social media posts. Probably familiar with this kind of statistic.
Right, yes.
Yeah, so that's a very, very famous 2023 statistic of the amount of people that were, at the very least, brought in and questioned for the posts that they made online. Prevent are responsible for that happening. And they've arrested mothers in the middle of the day and teenagers, and they've arrested hard-working fathers and stuff like that. And
the UK is pretty fucked, yeah.
With the punishments that they've been doling out, even for saying things on the internet, Facebook, very, very mild things, absolutely innocuous things, even just saying, I'm not entirely satisfied with the amount of immigration that's coming into the UK. Nothing derogatory, not even slurs were being used, and that was enough for these people to be detained.
That's
so
amazing.
The reason why people aren't revolting against this, the reason why this is being allowed to happen by the British natives is because, quite frankly, they're economically and legally not allowed to fight against it.
But if they don't stand up, and then I have a follow-up about that. If they don't stand up and things are as bad as they are now, they can only get worse if you don't stand up at the risk of losing it all, because you're going to lose it all anyway.
Exactly, and this is, I think, is becoming very, very apparent because at first you have those that are politically aware. You have a small group of voices that are always trying to wake up the proles, so to speak, to use Orwellian language there. But there's a few people, a minority of people that are aware of what's happening, and they're constantly using their voices to try and wake everybody else up, because it's not going to be a small few that do it. It's going to be a nationwide revolt against this regime. And so many things have happened in such a short amount of time. I think now even the layman, even the working man, is starting to realize that the system is not incompetent. It's actually purposefully rigged against them. And
Yeah, but are they too late? Because they're already taking over like 90%, in some places. So they don't do something soon.
Definitely sense there's growing tension and discomfort amongst the working class British. So I think we are on the precipice of something quite cataclysmic happening here in the UK.
And when you mentioned the YouTube punishment and the arrest for even slightly thinking about it's wrong to have illegals there and all that, that is pretty much happening to white people, right? Mostly white people are being punished and being locked up and all that for thinking or disagreeing with this. Am I right about that?
You are correct. Yeah, it's almost exclusively white people that suffer punishments for that. In fact, there's an example of that. Recently, there was I don't know if you heard about this, but there was a Muslim man that recently went on a stabbing spree in a Jewish neighborhood here in London.
Yeah.
It was Golders Green, and a couple of Jews were stabbed. Now, the individual, the Muslim man that was responsible for the stabbing, had already been processed by Prevent, who was supposed to dole out punishments or even detain these kinds of people, but he went through all their tests and all their checks and all the background checks, and the guy was allowed to walk away from Prevent, who have arrested and detained and locked up white British people for far, far less than what he was being questioned for. And he subsequently went on to walk into a Jewish neighborhood with a knife and just start swinging the knife around. So
all the fucking mud sharks sucking their fucking immigrant dicks because they are not white and they want to be like revolt against America. It's fucking sad, bro.
Yeah, it's what they refer to over here as two-tier justice.
Yeah, and that was that young man that was stabbed, according to the report, and the police were handcuffing him, and he said, "I've been stabbed," but they didn't seem to care or believe him.
Yeah, that was Henry Novak.
We reported on that.
Yeah, that was a very, very grave, tragic set of circumstances.
Yeah. What a mess. So my question, so the government over there, is it predominantly white or is it controlled by people of color?
Well, there's up top, it's relatively homogenous. I mean, all of the prime ministers have been white so far, but there are boroughs that exist. So you've got London, and you've got the various parts of London, like Southampton, for example, and they have their own local councils to run the subsection of neighborhoods and people that live there. And these councils are currently being replaced entirely by foreigners and people that don't even speak English. For example, Brighton's mayor, I believe, can't even speak English. Brighton is a very beautiful Southern English seaside town.
Amazing.
Absolutely beautiful place. I've been there before. I've been there multiple times. And their mayor can't even speak English. He needs a translator. In fact, even worse than that, and I covered this recently in one of my streams, in Scotland, I think it was Edinburgh, one of the Scottish council members was a non-binary trans Indian man that came over on a student visa in 2021, and he ran for council leadership, and I believe he won. And I think, and I need to get this confirmed, I think after the elections he had to leave because his visa did not allow him to stay in the country until it was renewed. So these are the kinds of people that are starting to, and I've got many other stories about that, but these are the kinds of people that slowly are taking over those that control the council, the boroughs and the councils throughout the UK, and that's in Scotland, and it goes all the way down to Brighton from north to south.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
So my question is, why do white people vote in white people who would not defend them and stand up for them as citizens? Why would they vote in white people who put the illegal aliens over them? Why do white people vote for those kind of people? Their own people.
Well, there's only two types of people that do vote for these people to bring in more immigrants, and that's women and Muslims. Because yeah, a lot of white men, especially in the UK, especially the Gen Z variety, are very much of the conservative persuasion. However, the reason why the Labour government and even the Conservative government over here, which is not the same as what Restore is, Conservative is just as politically captured as Labour is. Labour is now Democrats, essentially. And the reason why immigration has been so aggressive, because before we used to take in asylum seekers, which was, as you know, primarily women and children from war-torn zones. And they would temporarily house here, and then once the war is over, they go home. However, this system has been entirely abused, and every single day there is more and more small inflatable boats coming over from France, bringing in military-aged, war-aged black men from Sudan, Senegal, from Morocco, various Somalia, which is another really big one. And every single day they're arriving on the shores of England, and they're then dispersed and introduced into the British public by the government, who subsidize hotels and other accommodations where they get served free food, they get free phones, free clothes. In fact, some of them are even get.
Are Somalians like not the most annoying immigrant to ever exist? Like on God.
Given jobs for things like DoorDash, and which is taking away jobs from kids who could be doing that, teenagers doing that. And the reason why Labour are complicit in doing this is because essentially what they're doing is they're importing their voters. So they know the British public are not going to vote for them because they're consistently, chronically incompetent. And at this point, it's no secret that they hate British people. The last prime minister that just resigned was a former Trotskyist and a columnist for a socialist magazine back in the late 80s. So essentially what's happening here is a brainwashed female population of the UK and a very, very large Muslim population, London, of which only 38% consider themselves to be white. There's a vast majority of London that is non-white. And these people vote in people like Sadiq Khan, which is a Pakistani mayor of London. And this is how this keeps happening, because they're voting in, they're importing their voters into the country.
What a mess!
Yeah, unbelievable. It really is. And they constantly misrepresent the immigration numbers all the time.
The same thing happened in South Africa. As you know, white people ran South Africa for a long time, and it was beautiful.
Yep, now they're killing the white people in South Africa, and it's all going to shit. Their best fighter is a fucking white guy, and they won't even celebrate him.
But the whites gave in under pressure, and the blacks took over. Now it's a hellhole. White people out on the farmland trying to have a life, but the blacks, according to all reports, are following them out there and killing them and things like that. And now that's happening in America. Exactly what's happening in your country, in the UK, is happening in America. It happened in South Africa. And I've noticed that in all of the white countries where it was built by white people, it was amazing. They've allowed these people to come in and completely take over. And I'm just blown away because I know it's fear of being called names or losing something, but I just don't understand how white people can, with the help of God, build the greatest countries on the planet, and then just allow their enemies to come in and completely take over. Their children, their women are being raped, robbed, knocked out in the streets, and everything. I'm just not understanding where is the fight. Well, stand up fight, voting out these people. I'm just not understanding. What do white people? And then I want to move on, Jake. But what are white people expecting to happen, and where will they go when their countries are completely taken away from them?
Well, historically speaking, white people have been very, very long to anger. It takes a very long time for white people to reach a point where they reclaim their nations. I mean, the Reconquista is one, for example. That reclamation.
Hey, but when it does happen, it fucking happens. You know what I'm saying?
Their country took hundreds of years. It was a very, very long process. And I said this before in a previous stream, but I believe that it is white people's very complacent nature, very placid nature, that is the reason why white people have been able to build such incredible societies and amazing architecture.
Yeah.
Is because we're not prone to reactive violence. We are very docile, and we focus primarily on diplomacy. And I think white people do this because they know the efficiency of which we operate causes borders to shift. Entire religions get erased as a response. There's incredible amounts of casualties whenever white people do it, because we are so, in terms of the military, we are so efficient.
This is exactly what I was saying.
White people always want to try and avoid that because of how catastrophic it is in order to engage in something like that, because of just how powerful we are. And it's because of this virtue that we have the cities that we have the societies and the diplomacy and the capitalism and the democracy that we have, because we are not prone to reactive violence like a lot of other places throughout Africa are. They are very prone to almost childlike, very infantile fits of immediate reactionary violence.
Right.
And we don't do that. And because of that, we have the patience in order to really build what we have here.
But
black fatigue is kicking in really fast, so they need to get their shit together quick.
Men who founded these countries, they went through hell. They were tough. They endured. They fought back. They screwed up. And then when I was growing up down in Alabama, on a plantation, under the Jim Crow law and all that mess, in those days, white people stood up even back then, especially white men. But in my country, I noticed that once they came up with this stupid idea of civil rights and all this other mess, white people kind of gave up and gave in. And it just seemed to be, it was...
Well, it's like they say, it's peaceful times make weak men.
Yeah. That's
and I think that's exactly what happened. We're not the strong, hardened, post-war white men that we used to be. This is, I mean, just look at the transgender ideologies that are spreading. They're only spreading in privileged countries. Like, you won't find transgenderism anywhere else on earth. You won't even find gay rights anywhere else on earth except for the very, very privileged states that comprise America. And because of
dumb monkeys make dumb monkeys.
This peacefulness, because of this perpetual peacefulness that has created weak men, in its place we have found degeneration, and we found debauchery, and we found all these things that are weakening America, even the white nations, from its very core. And these hard times are about to make some very strong men.
Also, things will change for the good, meaning that at some point they're going to say, hell no, I won't go.
Absolutely. I mean, white people for the longest time have been the global minority, ethnically speaking. And despite this, we have not only been able to maintain our numbers, though they have been declining, but we've been able to thrive on a planet that is primarily populated by what people could consider to be savages. And you've got the Eastern Asians that sort of mirror the same kind of thing that we do as well, like the Japanese and South Koreans. And they've built similar cities and societies. Some would argue, arguably, they would be better. But I mean, you've got the Japanese, for example, who suffered 2 nuclear bombs, which was potentially enough to wipe them out entirely. But a few decades later, they made Nintendo. So there definitely is a trait that exists amongst.
I never thought of it that way.
Races that innately makes them superior, and in that superiority, it doesn't really come with arrogance. I mean, you've got the colonizers from the from Europe who went out to spread their wealth and their prosperity with other nations. I mean, for example, you had the Spanish that went over to Mexico and they stopped the Aztecs from all those blood sacrifices that were killing thousands. I mean, there were local tribes that even helped the Spaniards to fight the Aztecs. And we've, even in Africa, there's been missionaries, Christian missionaries that have gone down there, and they've abolished human sacrifice. And it's not like even our prosperity comes with this arrogance. We very much do come with altruism. We want to go out and spread that with the world.
Right. Amazing.
Amazing.
Very interesting. I don't know if I ever heard anyone explain it as clearly and as well as you've done. I appreciate that. I want to know what's important to you.
What's important to me is to maintain British culture, which ties very closely to the identity that you see before you, which is, you know, the black lipstick and this thing going on here. This is what is called goth, which is a white subculture that was developed towards the end of the 70s and the beginning of the 80s in the UK. And it was the prosperity and the liberty that the UK held that allowed people like myself to explore this sort of creativity and artistry. And with the invasion of Muslims and an inferior, antiquated culture, which has provably failed in its own nations, whenever they come over here and they overwrite the British culture, everything else goes with that. Sharia law will make sure that no freedom, no artistic expression is ever shown again. And because of that, I very much do stand again. I oppose all of that. On top of that, not just the subculture and the freedoms and all of the artistic expression that is associated with the UK, but London specifically, like you've got punk music, and the Beatles, and you had Ozzy Osbourne, all these kinds of really amazing things that changed the world.
Yeah.
And those were allowed to propagate, those were allowed to spread because of the liberties and the freedom and the prosperity that was within the UK at the time. But with this invasion of Muslims, and with the invasion of these inferior cultures, and with these low IQ savages from opportunistic countries throughout Africa and even India as well, and neighboring countries like Bangladesh, what you're bringing in is violence against our women and our children. And it's not that we're making a space for their culture. Their culture is erasing ours entirely. And I love British culture. I love British people. I love this country. I love the countryside. I love the stiff upper lip, the unshakable sense of optimism that the Englishman innately holds within himself. Such a small country was able to do so much. I mean, for example, America's there and was prosperous and was made because of people leaving the UK in the first place, along with other very amazing Europeans, to build the fantastic nation of the US. And it's that excellence that I wish to fight for and preserve. And if I can do so by using my voice online, enlighten other people to also stand up for the same thing.
And so, being a goth person, you have a white face, you're saying that, I'm black and slow, so I'm trying to break it down. You're saying that, okay, white is beautiful, this is my country, and I'm not gonna shy away because you're trying to destroy me and my country. So I'm gonna become whiter. Right?
Yeah, it's a reflection of I think it's closely tied
right on.
To one of the deeper elements of goth, which is this morbid fascination with death. I think it has something to do with that. But yes, very much so. Yeah, something like that.
And do you walk around all day painted white, or do you do it do you walk around all day out on the streets and everywhere like that?
When I was a younger man, I did, yeah. I was very dedicated to the cause. I would go out full face and make. In fact, I've got my eyebrows back in my maturity, but when I was much younger, I used to shave them off, no eyebrows whatsoever, full freak mode, very, very strange looking, and that was me expressing how I feel the artistic expression of that, even making music as well.
Right.
And but nowadays it's more of a statement to reflect one of the British customs that is very close and dear to my heart, which is the goth subculture.
What's the difference between today's goth as opposed to the 90s?
90s? Well, the 90s was actually very much about industrial, but the 90s goths were kind of like what the punks were like in the late 70s. It was kind of like, I don't care what you think, I'm going to do what I want to do, and anyone can do anything they like as long as you're not imposing on other people's beliefs or telling people they can't do something. That was a very central focal point of the movement. It's like, it's all about the music, it's all about, the cool costumes, it's all about the artistry, it's all about the expression, and rule one is you don't impose on any of that. However, these days, because of the feminization of not only the West, but also the feminization of alternative subcultures, women have gotten control. And a feminist state is a police state, to quote Rollo Tomassi, they're one of my favorite authors. And, of course, with the dominance of women within alternative subcultures has come two very predictable aspects, one of which is the horrification of goth. It's become a porn genre rather than a subculture. And they very much exploit goth in order to get attention, which is the very natural histrionic nature of women. It follows them everywhere. I mean, Dr. Unwin back in 1932 wrote about a very similar concept multiple times through many different cultures. The only other thing that they did that was entirely predictable was to become tyrants, authoritarian tyrants that censor and manipulate the subculture in order to suit their needs. It's like this innate desire in order to become the gatekeepers of it. It's like this control that they desire at all times.
Yeah.
And they've turned it into this leftist hellscape, which mirrors very, very closely Antifa. And that's actually where I started, was to when I realized what women were doing with the alternative subculture, they had turned it into this very far left. You have to be leftist. You have to agree with trans ideology. You have to agree with gay couples adopting young boys and raping them. You have to agree with all this leftist propaganda, or you can't be goth. And to me, being goth since 2006, I was 15. I've been doing this for a long time, about 20 years now.
Did you do that when you were a child living with your parents, a young?
Oh yeah. I was 15 years old. Dressing very similar to what you're seeing now. I've been doing this for about 20 years now.
And your parents didn't have any problem with it?
No, my dad was very supportive of that, because my dad was also a rocker back in the day, back in the early 80s. In fact, he was going to be the drummer for Thin Lizzy's reunion tour in the early 90s. And because he was a rock drummer, and he's seen it all. He's seen all the rock stars get up there with the face paint on, like Kiss and all those other guys.
Right.
So he's very familiar with that, and because my look very very closely correlated with the kind of music that I was writing as well, and he was very supportive of that. So no, he had no problem with that. And do you know what? Retrospectively, I'm very thankful for that as well. I could have very much had a father that was intolerant of that, which I think probably would have been worse.
Yeah. I want to go back to the woman thing. What happened to the white man that he allowed his woman to go out of control? He allowed her to, because that was normally after the so-called civil rights movement, which was the worst thing that ever happened to a black, other than abortion. What happened to the white man that he allowed his white woman to go out of control, to take over, to vote, to become a leader? Because it wasn't always that way. Why did the white man give in to the white woman?
Guilt.
Well, there's two answers to that. One is secularism. You see, one of the reasons why every single religious scripture on earth has boundaries within it for women, like you read anything like Quran or the Bible or any of these other religious texts, there's almost always a detailed guideline on exactly how women should behave and what boundaries and liberties they're allowed and which ones they're not. And it's because thousands of years worth of men have known the very nature of women. It's as soon as women gain control, it is not too long before the entirety of society is destroyed, and they're digging up your fossils and your remains many thousands of years later. So it's the very nature of women to wield sex, which is the other aspect of this. So you had secularism, which is the removal of any of the religious constraints and boundaries that were placed upon women, which weren't by men. That was a very godly boundary that was put on women, which made them act and behave in more puritanical ways in order to maintain their behavior. Because they don't think pragmatically or analytically like men do. The other aspect of it was that women realized that they are the harbingers of sex. They are the ones that give out and take away consent. And because of this, they realize that they have power, very gynocentric power, because men desire women. And this desire was used against them. And it was this very, if you look at all the feminist propaganda, all the feminist liberation bullshit that was coming out, it was very much, don't get married, don't have kids, be promiscuous, sleep around, don't settle with anybody. It was very much, gynocentric. It was the sexual liberation of women, which, to reference Sex and Culture by Dr. Unwin again, is a slippery slope and ultimately leads to society crumbling after just a few generations. But I would say the women gaining control and naturally losing control of themselves is because of secularism, which is the removal of any and all religious boundaries that were applied, and the Rothschild-funded and Marxist-funded feminist propaganda that ultimately led women down a very selfish path.
Amazing. As you were speaking, I was reflecting prior to the civil rights movement. As I said, no such thing as civil rights, by the way, and the worst thing that ever happened to the blacks and to America. There was no way in hell or on earth that the black woman would have been able to lead the family, lead churches, lead religious, and the so-called community and everything. And I remember growing up, it was unheard. Black women didn't even want to work for other women. They're like, no, I would never work for a woman. Women are crazy. They don't know how to lead. It was understood. But then the so-called civil rights movement came along, and they made black men, by bringing in the government and all that, well, we're going to take care of you, woman. You don't need your husband. And they gave the women a false sense of power by welfare and stuff like that. And now these black women run churches, they run everything, the family, and it's a mess, Jake. It is hell. All the violence and the crime that you see coming from black people today is because of the hatred of their mothers. and they're yearning for their fathers, but know what we're doing anything about it because the politicians want power and control, and they allow these women to just go completely out of control. And it's just amazing to see that. It's pure evil. But I want to ask, are you a Christian?
No. I actually had my faith taken from me when I was quite a young boy. I spent some time in a NICU, or sort of a child's ICU, a cancer ward. And I saw quite a significant amount of children die in probably the most
Jesus Christ.
worst way you could possibly imagine. I saw a 6-year-old boy with a brain tumor who didn't know he was dying, but his parents did. And I don't think I'll ever forget the look on the parents' face knowing that was going to be the case. However, as I've matured, my atheism has become less self-serving and arrogant. In fact, I actually very much support Christians. In fact, I would ride into battle with Christians at this point, Deus Vult and all that. I would go to church if England became a Christian state once again, because I believe that Christianity is the superior religion, and is demonstrably so, because
I'm not religious, but I believe that too. 100%.
Single nation that has ever thrived has thrived underneath a Christian rule.
Yes.
In a Christian state, and morality and societal trust was never higher than when it was a Christian state, which is why I denounce secularism. As an atheist, I may not believe in God, but I believe in Christians and I believe in Christianity, and I think their moral code is again provably efficient at maintaining a high-trust society and allowing nations and people to survive and thrive. I mean, an atheist would never have the mental fortitude to do what a lot of the pilgrims originally did, because the mental strain was too hard. It was far too strenuous. Like sailing across the Atlantic.
Yeah.
When they did with those gigantic wooden ships with like the storms and the disease, and then when you got there, you had the Aboriginals, you had the natives that were warring and killing, and all of these things that are the adversity for an atheist, I think, would be far too much to bear. However, a Christian's mental fortitude is not contained within their own mind. They look to something higher.
Let me ask, because I'm trying, Jay.
Yeah, sure.
Why would being in a hospital and seeing other people dying and suffering, why would that cause you to become an atheist?
I could not imagine living in a world where a God could allow something like this to happen. And it's been something that I've been very apprehensive of thinking about too deeply, because I feel like it scares me quite considerably. And I've been able to sleep quite well at night, being able to put those thoughts away. And
but God gave you life, and He gave you this life freely with no requirement. And He allowed you to live the life that you want to live. If you want to live a life of misery and thrills and pain and judgment and jealousy and envy, He'll let you live that way. But if you say, you know what, I'm tired of living this way, I want out, I want perfect peace, He'll give that to you too. Why would you blame God for those people who decided, those parents or those children and everything, who decided that that's what they wanted for themselves and their children? Why would you blame God for that?
Oh, I don't blame God at all. It's more just a lack of understanding as to how that could be allowed to happen. I feel like the answer would most likely scare me. It's not that I blame God for making these things happen.
That's what they wanted, Jake. That's what those the father and the mother, those children wanted that for themselves, and they passed it down to their children. And God is not going to interfere with your life. He give it to you freely. Do you understand now that God had nothing to do with it? It should not have affected your belief in God.
I mean, again, this was something that happened to me when I was quite young. I did not have the sort of pragmatic thought processes that would have allowed me to process what I was saying in context of Christianity. But it's definitely something that's been very, very painful for me throughout my life. But you know what? Going through my 30s, I'm 35 now, and there's many things that I've come to terms with over the years, and perhaps maybe it's one of these things I could revisit and consider because because it has been so tough for so long. But I don't blame God at all, because it was primarily the fear of understanding living in a world that is governed by a God that where these things are capable of happening. However, I do believe that over the last couple of years, with me becoming far more not only receptive or even understanding, but far more supportive of Christianity, and therefore and actually putting my trust in them as a governing body, as a religion, I can definitely see in the future how this could potentially lead to me putting some of my trauma behind me and instead reconsidering some of my prior stances on faith.
Amazing. Hi, I'm Jesse B. Peterson. 2026 marks 250 years of America, and they have put my face on this beautiful silver coin to commemorate this occasion. That's amazing. Call 800-411-2663. That's 800-411-BOND. Grab yours now before they're gone. What does being an atheist, what does that mean to you, and what does it look like, and how does one live as being an atheist?
Atheism for me is it's operating based on the morality that's provided by Christianity. It's a moral belief system that I believe is extremely effective. However, I think it is characterized by a disconnect between me and this ecumenical force that all Christians can feel. It's not that my life feels empty. It's that I fill it with other things like, for example, activism or hard work or being a good person or trying to be the best parent I can be. None of this strength is drawn from a God, though it could have been. And I believe that atheism is not inherently a selfish thing to have. I think it could come from, in my case, it could come from trauma. But I believe that atheists, given the right set of circumstances or even the right perspective, are very much good people, which is not always the case, because you've heard of Reddit, for example. Reddit is filled with atheists that have that arrogance that I absolutely denounce, and I reject that kind of that atheist, because they always assume that atheism correlates to intelligence. That's not the case. I've met some very, very stupid atheists over my time, and I've met some very, very smart Christians, and it has nothing to do with IQ, and it's nothing to do with any of these kinds of things. In fact, I'm envious of Christians, because to have that connection to something higher, to have that, because I've seen one. Do you know what? There was one story specifically that really spoke to me. It was a woman. It was a young girl, maybe around 18, 20 years old, and she she got meningitis, and she lost, I think, all of her limbs. And I think she lost a lung or something like that. And I saw an interview with her in her hospital bed, and she was a happy, healthy girl, and there she is now with no limbs at all. She's just a torso in a bed. And as an atheist, I was looking at that, and I'm like, what's the point in living? What's the point? Your lust for life is gone. You can't do any of the things that you used to do. Just give up. It's over. Game over. Like I
seen the same thing on Howard Stern. There's this black lady with no arms or legs, and she had a husband and everything, and she was like happy. She'd eat her own meals, like use her mouth for everything.
Say, put me in the ground, I'm done. But she stood there with a smile on her face being interviewed, and she was like, I thank God and Jesus Christ for giving me the strength to endure what I just went through, and allowing me to survive it. Amazing. And to live another day. Yeah. And to me, I thought that was absolutely incredible, and I wish I was envious of that level of belief.
Amazing. So let me ask, do you have perfect peace?
I don't think anyone really does have perfect peace. As long as you're young, I feel like there's always things to be done. However, I think overcoming the sort of volatility of youth that a lot of people in their 30s beat ultimately, and they gain maturity. I would say that is definitely some sort of inner peace that I've definitely found within maturity. Whenever it comes to things like the fear of death, I do tend to skew quite aggressively towards the concept of non-existence, and this concept that the brain cannot comprehend non-existence, and therefore it's redundant to be afraid of it, because you can't be afraid of death because your emotions, your ability to feel afraid is left with your body. Wherever you go after that, you are separated from the chemical processes and reactions that allow you to feel fear and anxiety. So for me, even the fear of death, which is one of the greatest fears of mankind, is not something that I struggle with.
Amazing. So let me ask, I'm black and slow, so
you're fine.
Do you have perfect peace?
I would say, aside from me being very, very busy and wanting change and wanting to fix my country and wanting to fight against the evils that encroach on my nation and the erasure of white culture and white people, I would say yes, I do have what some could consider inner peace, yeah.
How about perfect peace?
Perfect peace, I don't think I'm going to be able to achieve that until I'm much older, but I can definitely see that being something I can most certainly achieve.
If it were possible to achieve it right now, in this very moment, would you accept it?
Oh, I'd seize that immediately.
And so if I told you how to receive it, you're going to have to do some work.
Would receiving perfect peace be to accept Christ?
Receive it, no. Because you can't accept Christ. That doesn't make sense.
Sure.
Receiving perfect peace means that you have to love your enemy. You have to love your neighbor. You have to love God with all your heart, soul, and might. And that's not going to happen, Jake, until you forgive your mother. And then forgive your father for not protecting you from your mother. Are you willing to forgive your mother?
I definitely feel like it's something that I could potentially do, yes.
And why haven't you forgiven her for turning you away from your father?
Because I believe that I've been so focused on my own life path that the forgiveness of my mother is not something that has, or the non-forgiveness of my mother, or even the actions of my mother, is not something that's deeply affected me. In fact,
it's totally affected you.
Well, it definitely
affected. It's one
affected.
thing that has affected your whole life, because she recreated you in her image, and now your mindset and emotions are from her, because you become like what you hate, what you're angry at, what you resent. So as a kid, when you resented her, because you were born innocent, you wasn't born with anger, you wasn't born with fear, you wasn't born with all that. But because she was already that way, she imposed her evil will upon you. You became angry, and you became like her. And the way out, she couldn't help herself. Her mother did it to her. And because of that, and the mother did it to her, and so on and so on. And if you could really see that you are angry toward her, you resent her, and realize she couldn't help it, mother, go to her. You got to face her if you can. Mother, I am sorry for resenting you. I become like you. What the? And I forgive you. I'm sorry for resenting you. And I promise you, in that very moment, God will forgive you and set you free. He will take away all your fears, all your doubts, all your loneliness, all your past, all your future, and give you perfect life. But you got to forgive.
I can definitely believe the psychology of that, yeah. I think, psychologically speaking, the process of forgiving someone that has caused quite a lot of emotional torment, I think is totally beneficial, because you are, in that moment, psychologically speaking, you are letting go of that resentment. So,
yes.
I can most certainly see.
You're not playing God anymore by judging. And every human being on the planet, man and woman, men and women, boys and girls, they have to forgive their mother in order to return to their father, where you can love your father, and by forgiving him for not protecting you, then you can love God. It's not going to happen until you do that. You got to forgive. And you'll be free, and you'll have an amazing life. A life of no fear, no worries, no nothing. You just live your life. Will you forgive your mother?
I definitely feel like it's something that could be on the horizon, yeah. I mean, the way that you put it, Mr. Peterson, is definitely beneficial. It's definitely very alluring, very appealing to me, especially with a lot of the roadblocks that I've overcome in my 30s. I mean, for example, forgiving my father and reconnecting with my siblings after 14 years of estrangement.
Yeah.
And I think that is most likely a very pragmatic and a very natural next step. Yeah.
Every human being, all who are born of the woman must be born again of the Father. All who are born of the woman have to forgive because her spirit is evil. And it's not her, but it's the spirit that made a home in her due to what Eve did. And it passes, hell comes through the woman. And every man, every woman has the spirit of the mother. And that's why you have to forgive so you can have love. And then you'll pass on love to your children if you should have children. But you become the light of the world. Did you know that the woman's God, the man's God is a God above, and the woman's God is a God below, small g, Satan. Did you know that Satan is a woman's God?
I can definitely believe it.
Yeah. But you got to forgive it. When women forgive their mothers, then they too become daughters of God by forgiving their mother. Have you noticed that every woman you've been involved with have been difficult because every woman you've been involved with was your mother, and the cycle will repeat itself?
Read me like a book there. Yeah, one of the most toxic women I've ever in a relationship was almost identically my mother.
Yeah. Every man married their mother or get involved with their mother, and every woman get involved with her father if he was weak. And the cycle repeats. That's why we need love. And love only coming from God, from above. It's not an emotion. And most people don't understand the love, the power that will come to them when they forgive and they become one with God. You're not going to become one with God any other way, but you got to go and forgive, and He will forgive. Don't ask for forgiveness from anyone. You forgive them, and God will forgive you. Isn't that amazing?
I like the sound of that, Mr. Peterson.
What other thing? So will you go and forgive your mother? I'm not trying to force you. I'm trying to encourage you.
No. I think you've made a very good case for doing so. It's definitely, like I said, it's a very natural next step for me in my 30s. This has been a decade of discovery for me.
Yeah.
And I can definitely feel like that is something that I need to do.
Right on, man. Let me ask one other quick question. Do you, and then I have something that I want to talk to you about.
Sure.
Do you create your own thoughts?
Do I create my own thoughts? I assumed as much, yeah.
And how do you create your own thoughts?
Through perception and reception of information.
And how are you doing that? What are the steps to create a brand new thought?
There we go.
I guess it's just the emotional response to any and all information or data that's presented, whether it's through interaction or reading something or touching or feeling or hearing something. And the thought is produced of my own personality. It's my own genetic makeup.
And so if you create your own thought, why do you create thoughts that make you feel bad instead of those thoughts that will always give you freedom, make you feel good, if you are the creator of them?
Well, I mean, I do very much pursue thoughts that are productive. In fact, I almost always, I have a very efficient mindset, a very strong work ethic that allows me to focus on the positives of life rather than dwelling on the negatives.
Why do you create bad thoughts that make you feel afraid or make you feel sad or worry? Or why do you create any negative thought for yourself if you are the creator of thoughts?
Well, I think negative thoughts and negative feelings are most definitely a survival instinct reaction to acknowledge what's not beneficial for you. But the positive mindset that I have has been hugely beneficial. I mean, I've read multiple books on how to maintain a positive mindset, because only a positive mindset is efficient, effective, and productive.
Who are you?
Who am I specifically as identified by a name, categorized by a thought process, or a vocation, or a series of actions, or under which category as who I am?
Yeah, who are you?
I would say Jake Monroe, the goth YouTuber, family man, hard worker. He is diligent. He's unshakable. He's immutable, and I'm very, very proud of who I am and what I am.
Okay, so you told me your name, you told me what you do, and what you're proud of, but who are you? I know your name now, I know what you do, I know you're a hard worker, but who are you?
Well, I was hoping maybe you could help me out with that one, because outside of those very earthly attributes, who I am ecumenically or even spiritually, I think is probably something that you might actually help me towards.
Here's what I recommend.
Sure.
When you realize, yes, I am angry, I'm wrong for being angry, I'm going to go and forgive. I promise you, you will come to know who you are. It will be revealed to you, and it will blow your mind. It will be amazing. But you got to go and forgive so that you can see who you are, really are. Not what you do, not your name, not where you live, not any of those things. But you got to drop your anger so you can come into the light. All right?
I like the sound of that.
All right, let me know how it goes.
I will do.
I want to know, is it true that last week there was a report released that says in the UK that allegedly 250,000 British girls were raped by Muslim grooming gangs. Is that true?
That's 100% true.
Really?
Yeah, since the 1960s all the way up until the current decade, there have been 250,000 at least British white women exclusively that were abused by Muslim and primarily Pakistani organized gangs from Scotland down to the south. Even in Northern Ireland, where I'm currently living, there is an active confirmed rape gang.
Wow. And who do you blame for that?
The government.
That is amazing, man. The Muslims are taking over our country too. We have Allahu Akbar mayor of New York City now, Mandami. There are other Muslims running for office, and Ilhan Omar. I can't believe. When I become president, the one thing I'm not going to allow to happen, foreigners will not be able to come into our country, especially foreigners who think that we're the big Satan and that Israel. I'm not going to let those people come into my country and run my government. That doesn't even make sense, man.
I 100% agree with that. I mean, just look at the religious scriptures and see how we are described in there, and if they're not willing to renounce that inferior, archaic religion in order to assimilate into white culture, then they have to leave.
That is mind-blowing, man. That's a sad thing that many women have been raped this time.
Yeah, it really, really is. And what's even sadder is the fact that it is being ignored entirely by our top-level government. The Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, who is in the process of resigning, failed to mention a single word about it, hasn't even acknowledged the fact that it happened. And we have our own mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, a Pakistani man himself, who refused to investigate. He refused the inquiry into the rape gangs in London. In fact, he doubled down and insisted that they were not happening, which is another reason why I believe that these people are not as British as I am, despite what they keep saying.
Yeah. I guarantee you, had white men were doing that to women of color, it would be a totally different story.
Oh, our heads would be on spikes, yeah. So
I'm telling you.
if we went to Pakistan and we started organized rape gangs as white men, targeting almost exclusively Pakistani women, we would be murdered.
Are the blacks in the UK as out of control as they are in America? And not all blacks, of course. Not all, but most. Are the blacks out of control in the UK as they are in America?
Yes, they represent almost 1-to-1 the same overrepresentation of violent crimes and rapes and drug crimes as the U.S.
What a mess!
Yeah, and it's the same in Sweden as well. Sweden is infamous for being the first country to open its borders to African migrants, and long story short of that situation, they became one of the highest countries in Europe for rape and murder, violent crimes, and they ended up having to pay the migrants to leave the country.
So what's wrong with the blacks?
I was hoping you could tell me.
They hate their mama. And
oh yes, single mother culture.
Yeah, and they're yearning for the father. How do the British people feel about the Great White Hope?
I think, for the most part, or for the longest time at least, there has been apprehension about sort of embracing white hope. I'm assuming is that white people are going to maintain their countries and be
how do they feel about the Great White Hope?
Great White Hope. Can you define that?
You don't know who the Great White Hope is?
No.
Some people call him amazing. They say, "What manner of man is this? The wind and the sea obeys him." Some people call him king, and they hold king rallies around the world. Some people call him daddy, and they say, "Daddy is home." I call him the Great White Hope, Donald Trump, man.
Oh, Donald Trump, right? Okay, well, now we're on the same page here. I think the attitude towards Donald Trump has definitely shifted in this nation, and that wasn't always the case, because I don't know if you know this, but there is a propaganda television channel station here in the UK called the British Broadcasting Company, the BBC, and they are complicit. They were actually sued by Donald Trump for misrepresenting January 6th.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so the people in the UK, we get a very watered down. So we don't just get one-to-one news from like CNN or MSNBC or Fox News. It leaves those networks and those stations. It goes through our stations. It goes through our propaganda distributors, and then we get it. And because of this sort of this double filter of the information coming from the U.S., and because the BBC is very much captured by left-wing propaganda and is Labour-owned, we only get to see, the British public at least, are only ever exposed to very, very tightly curated negative exposure of Donald Trump. But with the ubiquity of social media, especially with X, people are starting to see the truth.
Right on.
And people are starting to realize that that Donald Trump is not at least not the kind of evil that they were being told that he was.
Yeah.
Especially following that lawsuit that Donald Trump issued against the BBC for the misrepresentation of J6, because they obviously edited it together to make it look like Trump was saying, go get him, boys, get in there.
Amazing. When I wake up in the morning, I say, "Thank you, God," and then I say, "Thank you, Mr. President." I am so grateful that Donald Trump is our president at this time. It's amazing. But let me ask you a quick question there. I'll put you on the hot seat because of time.
Sure.
I've noticed over the last recent years that, and not all, of course, but some white people are appear to be disliking and blaming the Jews in the same way that the blacks blame the whites. And over the years, the blacks have blamed the whites for everything, and they haven't gotten nowhere as a result of blaming, because a victimized person is a wicked person. They're a loser. Why have you noticed that the whites are blaming the Jews in the same way that the blacks blame the whites? Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I don't think it's the same concept of blame. I think whenever white people are doing this, it's more just pattern recognition, and I think it's threat detection. Basically, white people have been able to ascertain that there's a reoccurring pattern of Jews being behind very specific types of human rights organizations that are specifically designed to disparage and disperse white people. And there's multiple over here. I mean, Islamophobia, the phrase Islamophobia and the concept of Islamophobia was created by two British Jews back in 1997. And that very concept is being used today in order to paralyze the British public into not acknowledging the threat that is very much here, which is the threat of the Muslim regime. Now you can't detect that as a threat because that's now classified as Islamophobia. There's also the Behavioral Insights team over here in the UK, which is responsible for potentially rumored to not only influence and manipulate victims of migrant crime.
We got Golden Roses from HateStevensinger.com. Golden Roses from HateStevensinger.com. Sorry.
But also to write their victim statements so that they do not stir up racial tension as a result of them being attacked by a migrant. They're responsible for manipulating victims.
So let me ask, because of time, Jay.
Sure, sorry, yeah.
We're just running out of time here. So, what's wrong with the whites that they allow anyone to go into their countries, America and Europe, and take over and influence like that? If that is happening, I'm not saying yes or no to it because I'm just not learning all this. Is it the Jewish fault that they allowed that to happen, or is it the white fault that they allowed it to happen?
I think it is.
Blame the whites.
It's definitely Jewish influence that has destabilized white men over a period of decades, starting roughly through the 60s, and it's been half a century of subversion, coercion, manipulation.
But whose fault is it, though? Whose fault is it? Is it the Jewish people's fault or the white people's fault?
You can't say
that they allow someone to go into their own home and take over, influence.
Yeah, the fault would be. I mean, there's you've got the Jewish nature or perceived Jewish nature, which is to subvert white society, and I don't think the white man is at fault. I just don't think that they were able to ascertain the threat or the coercion as it was happening. So I think ultimately the fault lies with the inability to perceive exactly what their intentions were initially.
And so whose fault is
it's
that?
It's a fault that can be rectified.
Whose fault is it, though?
Could potentially be the white man for allowing this to happen in the first place.
Yes. And I'm accustomed to white people, growing up at least, white people taking responsibility, and because of that, no one was able to keep them down in those days. But once you become a victim, then you lose, because now you're a victim, you feel helpless, you feel to blame. You don't have that warrior fight in you once you become a victim. And I noticed that in the blacks and anyone who think that they're a victim, those people are wicked, they're evil, because they'll do anything to get what they want. The worst thing that you can become in life is a victim, because the moment you become a victim in your own mind, you become a child of evil.
It's a very astute perception, and you're 100% correct. And I feel like white people almost exclusively are the only ones that are ever forced to take accountability.
Yeah.
And I think in this sense, if we are to accept that it is Jewish meddling and coercion, subversion that is the reason why we are in the position that we're in, we need to throw up our hands and admit that we were not able to stop the threat from invading.
Yeah.
And through accountability, we're then able to make decisions and actions to rectify the issue.
That's what I say to the blacks, because when I was growing up, black people were not victim, man. And as I say, I grew up under Jim Crow law. There was no blame in slavery. There was no blame in the white man. We were taught to love our enemy, to love one another, to speak up, but don't hate. And you have real power. Don't blame. Do you love the Jews?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
It should be open.
What a mess.
I think that is most definitely the long and short of it. However, there are Jewish individuals that I'm relatively fond of.
There's Jews for Jesus, man.
There are, yes, there are indeed. There's many denominations of Jewish, like you've got Ashkenazi and you've got the Orthodox and all those other kinds.
So do you blame the Jews people or you blame the government of the Jewish race?
Well, they have been removed. They've been kicked out of many countries over I think over 1,000 years they have been. Before the Israeli government was even a thing, as a people they were removed from society. Not as a political ideology, as a people they were. And
so do you blame the people or the government?
I blame the people.
What the?
Being very honest with you, Mr. Peterson.
Right on. Well, when you drop that anger, once you forgive your mother, you're gonna love all people. You're gonna have an understanding that will come directly from God, and they're gonna be clear. I gotta put you on the hot seat. I need you to answer these questions as quickly as possible.
Sure, I'll try my best. The hot seat.
Is America the best country on this side of heaven?
That was such a dumb little promo. The hot seat, like.
Yes.
Funny.
I'm sorry?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Who do you prefer? Marilyn Mason? That's right. Manson or the Cure?
Manson
Marilyn
or the
Manson
Cure? I would definitely. That's a very tough question, but I'd have to say Manson.
What is a man?
A miserable pile of secrets.
Did you take the jab?
Which one specifically? The COVID jab?
Yeah, the Chinese virus thing.
Yeah, unfortunately I was forced to, yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Do you drink tea or coffee?
Coffee.
Right, don't forget Punchy's coffee, buddy. Was it a mistake to give women the right to vote?
Absolutely. Repeal the 19th.
I got a blood clot from the COVID shot, like 3 months after I got it.
Do we need more white babies?
Evidently so. We are below maintenance. Need to get more white babies out there.
8 years ago, I started the White History Month. July is White History Month. And so we're going to be celebrating our 9th year come July 2026. So will you be involved in our celebration of White History Month?
In any way I can.
Right on. Who is more alpha, Piers Morgan or Margaret Thatcher?
Margaret Thatcher?
Are UFOs real?
I've seen one. I know they're real.
Have you ever tasted something that was so good, made you want to slap your mama?
I have indeed.
True or false? When she's crying, she's lying.
Almost 100% of the time.
Is the earth flat or round?
It is closer to round than flat.
Does a chicken have lips?
No.
Is it ever okay to call a woman fat?
You're doing her a service by calling her fat.
Did you have fun?
Absolutely.
Amazing. I appreciate you coming on the Father State. Tell the folks how to get your YouTube channels or whatever you want to promote.
That's true. If someone calls you out for being fat, you lose weight like that. But if no one says anything, you just keep them.
Sure. Well, if you guys want to find me, just make sure you spell my second name right. Munro. It is the Scottish spelling Jake Monroe. You can find me on YouTube with that name, Rumble with the Jake Monroe Show, or over on Twitter, Jake Monroe, Munro. And I look forward to seeing you guys in those spaces.
Amazing. Thank you all for tuning in. I absolutely appreciate it. Don't forget to support the Father State by becoming a member there on the YouTube channel, or just...
Well, if it's someone you know in real life, of course you ain't gonna care what people call you online. Alright, let's see. Much like a public image. He still hasn't came out with that what's his name? The fuck is his name? Holy shit. Rupert Lowe is his name.
Thank you for doing this. So the similarities between the U.S. and Great Britain are very obvious, often remarked upon. But the one I notice the most is whenever you talk to people here, they say exactly what people in the U.S. say, which is nothing changes. It doesn't matter if you vote for Boris Johnson or Rishi Sunak or Keir Starmer. It was different parties, Tory, Labour, same result. What is that?
Well, I think, Tucker,
Happy History Month.
it's basically our.
I don't even know. White history. I didn't even know that didn't even a thing, bro. Every month is White History Month other than Black History Month.
Democracy's gone badly wrong. So what happened is we are the mother of all parliaments, and we effectively were the genesis of true democracy. I mean,
yes.
Forget the Greeks for now, but let's just say we are modern democracy.
Democracy at scale. Athenian democracy was tiny.
Yeah, but this is democracy at scale. So they had the right concept, I think, and there's some great philosophers from that era. But I think our parliament was structured so that you had MPs elected by the people, and they were effectively the people's representatives. So the job of parliament.
What is the MP? Major politicians?
Was ultimately to put the interests of the British nation first, make decisions that was, first of all, and above everything else, in the interests of the nation. But at the same time, there were internal rivalries about regional competition between each of those MPs to try and do the best for their constituency as well. But most of them were in some way invested in Britain. They were landowners, they were businessmen, they were peers, they were aristocrats. They actually had a big shareholding, if you like, in UK PLC.
I don't know if I want to watch this.
I look at prime ministers like Lord Salisbury, and I look at men who made great decisions. And obviously, we can talk about Churchill, we can talk about the great leaders, Maggie Thatcher, who I loved. We can talk about great leaders, but I think what's gone badly wrong, and this is why I've set up a movement, not a party, to unite common sense thought and to allow those people who share the view.
Because this guy's like an idiot, isn't he? Like, that's what I've heard. I've heard he's just all talk.
You've just outlined that it doesn't matter who you vote for. The smorgasbord of opportunities that you've got at the moment, whether it's the Tories, whether it's Labour, whether it's the Lib Dems, whether it's the Greens, whether it's the Scottish National Party, whoever, they're all part of this dying sort of remnant of what was Parliament. So I think we've got to have some form of, what in geological terms, rejuvenation and uplift to change the way in which we're governed and make sure that we re-empower the MPs, the elected representatives of the people, and we disempower the people who run Parliament, the quangos, the unelected.
This guy's supposed to be on JRE next. He's in Texas right now, so we're going to see what he's all about.
Civil servants who are largely represented by the permanent secretaries, many of whom I now see on the Public Accounts Committee. The country, Tucker, is just run by people who don't know which way is up. So we've got a dying body of productive Brits who I have the greatest admiration for, who really fight all this regulation, this red tape, all of the oppression of government, of licensing, of regulations, of rules. They fight their way through all this, not to mention huge taxes, which will probably increase dramatically tomorrow, in order to basically debit the productive and credit the indolent. The most extraordinary sort of formula, which is doomed to failure. But so I think we need the people who ultimately care about the country to rise up now. I don't think the way in which our government is structured is ever going to serve them well. So all they will do is go around crying into their beer about the fact that they voted for, as you say, Rishi Sunak, or they voted for Keir Starmer, and they're all the same. There's no real difference.
I don't think you're overstating it. I mean, look at their priorities.
Have you guys
They're
ever
both
seen this?
totally I'm an outsider, but I'm just watching this from thousands of miles away. But they seem totally disconnected from the actual country. What happens here? What it's like? What it looks like? Who lives here? They don't seem interested at all.
Well, I think all nice just so your son can get into my daughter's pants.
Dad, stop it.
White guys don't want a relationship with black women. They just want a notch on their belt. You're a novelty to these people.
These people? This is the moment in the meal when I stand up.
Wait a minute. A novelty? We used to date before I met Peter. So what are white women to black men?
A very pleasant page in our memory books.
Aw.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You banged my wife.
She did? No wonder I had so much room in there. Her womb was like one of those places where they reconstruct crashed airplanes.
Well, Jerome, I know you think we're all terrible, but white people have done a lot of good things for the world.
Oh, yeah? Like what?
Well, I'll tell you. Listen up. We gave you Eminem and Justin Bieber, too. Even though they dress and try to talk like you, the music of Taylor Swift and clothing from J. Crew and John Heder, also half of Derek Jeter. Add to that a fleet of soccer moms packed into their yoga tights. And so for all this awesome, neat, wonderful stuff, you know you don't thank the Lord, you thank the whites. Thank the whites, thank the whites, you know you don't thank the Lord, you thank the whites. We gave you Breaking Bad and all the songs by Creed, all the cast of Friends, and trash like Tara Reid, a virtual world of porn so you can spill your seed. Ray-Ban glasses, leggy blondes with tiny asses, frisbee sports, and fancy coffee too. Energy-efficient lights. And so for all this awesome, neat, wonderful stuff, you know you don't thank the Lord, you thank the whites. Thank the whites, thank the whites, you know you don't thank the Lord, you thank the whites.
You know what? That song only made me hate white people even more.
What about 8 more verses?
Let's go, Pam. We're leaving.
But Dad, Chris treats me really well. He gave me this diamond necklace. That's my diamond necklace.
Cool it. I'm trying to get laid. Look, this ain't happening, Pam. Straight up. You ain't swerving.
Boom, boom, boom.
You never should look at your mother's boobies, no matter how big and round they are. You'll end up seeing something you don't wanna. It's guaranteed to leave a mental scar. You never should look at your daddy's penis when he's walking down the hall on Sunday morn. An acorn and a nest of Christian underneath 2 beetle pigs, it'll make you wish. Only darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when it's home, 'cause when it's home, it's gonna get you every time.
I want everyone singing this morning.
I'm dancing.
I see that, Anthony.
7 a.m. 6, you bitch.
Gotta go downstairs, gotta have my bowl, gotta have cereal.
Cereal.
Time is going, chicken on and on.
Got on my turkey sandwich. Get some turkey chili. Club soda, Kenny gets us our shit. 'Cause it's Friday.
Gotta get it, gotta yell out the window, gotta drive fast, gotta scream at minorities.
Yeah. Yeah. Friday. Yeah. Yeah. Get out of my way. Agents can't drive. Yeah.
Party and party and party. Come on, fun, drink. Keep the Cop, can you pick up some Captain Morgan? By the time I get home, I'm going to be drinking at 11 o'clock in the morning.
You start at 11 in the morning?
No.
Okay.
I wish.
I do look at the clock sometimes and go like, it's too early. On Friday, I do look at the clock and I go like, I'm bored.
Friday!
Drinking and roll right about now.
Friday! It's Friday! Friday! Fuck off and die day! Friday! Woo! This song rocks now. I'm totally committed now. I like it. 30 degrees out. Yeah. Oh, we're almost there. No, I heard unseasonably cold till like Tuesday. I know. And then that pisses me off because it's like, it's spring. It should start, maybe you get one of those days in the upper mid-60s. Hey, this part's my favorite part. Come on. You don't figure this out. Right. And then what? Don't talk on Monday. Rebecca. Yeah. Stupid blacks. Stupid blacks ruining the song. We want Rebecca Black. Come on, y'all. Yeah.
Is the panel not open?
Weekend. Oh.
I might have not put it on the right thing. That flute is fucking weird. What is it?
Dude, we shouldn't play this song. It's gonna bother me. Weekend. Partying. Statutory rape. Oh shit. What happened? Did I sing that? Yeah. Come on, let's give it up for Rebecca Black and Friday. That's great stuff right there. It's awesome.
Bro, I can't even hear that, so I don't know how you can.
I almost took the Tappan Zee over the weekend.
Oh, almost.
Nice young lady up there.
Came real close. Well,
There's no other reason for you to take
not
the
quite. Well, there was one reason where I might have taken.
And it wasn't for a young lady?
Not technically. It was for young.
For UFC 303. Breaking news: Conor McGregor, Michael Chandler taking the octagon for June 29th.
The one and only notorious Conor McGregor is returning to the UFC's octagon. He's going to fight Michael Chandler.
Michael Chandler.
McGregor suffered a second shocking setback.
Michael Chandler.
Lapses in concentration in the training. I'm the leader of the training. So if I'm lapsing in concentration, it filters down. And that's what took place.
Dustin Poirier was arrested a couple of days ago, and now the arrest footage has been released, and it is a crazy video. I never thought I'd see Dustin Poirier in this type of situation in my life. And although I'm very, very worried for Poirier, and I'm going to talk about why in this video as well, I'm also going to be laughing a lot for Poirier, and I'm going to talk about why in life. Dustin Poirier was arrested a couple of days ago, and now the arrest footage has been... he tries to fight a police officer at one point. He gets arrested. He gets handcuffed. He's calling the female staff at the airport some hoes and shit like this. He's dropping the M-word multiple times. Dustin Poirier
bad, my
the
nigga.
Boys & Co. to the YN Alliance in real time on video, and that's what I'm going to give my reaction to in today's video. And also, I'm going to give my breakdown of Dricus du Plessis.
I want that t-shirt so bad. I can't wait till they come out with it.
This is Kamaru Usman, which was a fight that got announced a couple of days ago at the end of the video, but we want to talk about the Dustin Poirier situation, okay? So it started with this, okay? Because let me just lay down the foundations here before we get into this absolute gem, because there are going to be endless memes produced. We're eating good. The MMA community are eating good. There's already memes about this. They've begun already. Dustin Poirier was arrested last night in Georgia. This was the original headline a couple of days ago. Arrested last night in Georgia for allegedly being drunk in public. Now, when you hear that, you think, oh, it's not that bad, you know? It can't be that bad. But it was pretty fucking bad. It was pretty bad. Poirier, 37, was booked for public drunk, a misdemeanor, at 6:38 p.m. before being released several hours later, a quarter after 10 p.m. It's unclear what led up to Dustin's arrest. It's going to be very clear in just 1 second. Public drunkenness can carry up to 1 year in jail. I don't think he's going to do crazy time over this. He'll probably receive a fine. Mate, I don't know what's going to... Straight on the police officer, Poirier of Dustin. Mate,
Whoa. Let's go, big dog. Let's go, big dog.
What's going on?
What's up? Bunch of hoes. Let's go.
Let's go, bunch of hoes. Straight, like that's his explanation. What's going on? Bunch of hoes. Let's go. This isn't even like a... And there's a crack in his voice during this video as well. There's like emotion so high. He's so angry and...
I don't think fighters should drink. I don't think CTE goes well with alcohol.
Agitated. What's going on? Bunch of hoes. Immediately from Poirier. Crazy.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
He's so out of it, man. Voice cracking. And you know what's crazy about this? The police officer knows it's Dustin Poirier. Okay? He's going to reveal it in a second. But imagine you're a police officer that's come to the scene of Poirier being extremely drunk and aggressive. Being agitated. What's going on? Killer call. There's some against the cage. This ain't... Dude, who is this? This ain't Poirier, conceive, believe, achieve.
This is why I am Dustin Poirier.
What's going on?
The OG.
This ain't the diamond. All my homies going to the crib. He's completely code switched. Couple drinks and dude, he just starts feeling himself. Dude, he's turning. All of a sudden his forearms start changing color. You know? He gets this. It's like a werewolf that comes out of him. Dude, he just became a YN at a public airport here. This is crazy.
Went to the crib. Now what the?
And this is why you got
pulled. You dust.
And a woman goes, and this is why he got pulled off the plane. I don't know. I don't want to fucking know what was going on that plane. I hope we never. Actually, I do hope we see that footage. I really hope we see that footage. So please release it. If Poirier was guillotining people on the plane, pilot's trying to do his fucking job. Let's go, man. Come on. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, kid. Just straight guillotining a fucking co-pilot. Dude, I kind of want to see it. But she says this is why he was pulled off the plane, dude. He's aggressive.
And this is why you got pulled.
You dust the ball?
Yeah, you, bro.
Man, fuck you. What is going on with him? So the cop knows it's Poirier.
I fucking love it.
And honestly, I think the cop... I've seen videos. I've seen body cam videos of like certain, Americans rushing at cops aggressively and bang, bang, bang. The gun comes out. I'm just being real. I've seen, especially a taser. This could have been so much worse. He's about to get way more aggressive with the cop. But I think the cop was thinking, not Poirier. Not my hero. Not the diamond. No. He's just standing there. In a second, he'll pull out a taser. And I know he was just like, no. Don't make me do it to you, Dustin.
Just relax.
Man, you and this is why you got pulled.
You dust the ball?
Yeah, you, bro.
Man, you and her.
Ooh, aggressive, dude, towards the women there. They're just... Dude, he's snapping really badly. I don't think this is just alcohol. It could be. But is it a CTE-induced drug? I am a bit worried about him, but it's so fucking funny.
I'll fight you right now.
No, I don't want to fight, bro.
I'll go.
Calm down, dude. You know, this guy's hardly Habib. You know, he's just clocking in for his shit, Dustin. Just clocking in for his shit.
What you ready? Bro, I don't want to fight. Bro, I don't want to fight. Go. I don't want to fight.
Let's go. Why, dude? I think maybe a bit of... Maybe. I don't know if they done a... Did they do a test on him? I wonder how that plays into it, but he's so wide-eyed, eyebrows way up, so aggressive immediately.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He's acting like he's on Adderall. Mixed with alcohol. Mixed with CTE.
It's this. This is something more than just Poirier getting drunk. You know?
Ready to have you?
Yeah, tell him, come on. Because it's going to be bad.
Bro, yeah, we're going to need a couple Dagestanis down here on, Terminal 7. Just bring in Makachev real quick.
Come on. Because it's going to be bad.
Bro, just
it's going to be bad, my nigga.
Oh, bro.
Dropping it on him! Dude, Poirier's looking for, like, death by cop at an airport. I'm so worried, but it's so fucking funny. It's gonna be bad, dude. He's like squaring up, fisticuffs. You know? Dustin Poirier is like taking a why I oughta stance against a police officer who's a fan of him. Why is he so aggressive to the cop though? He's just lashing out and I guess he just couldn't bring himself to hit the women. Jones, okay? So even in Poirier's lowest moment, he's not that fucking low, John Jones. So I don't think you're off the hook. So he's found a man that he can take his anger out on, basically. And this officer's getting him, I guess.
Tell him, come on. Because it's going to be bad.
Bro,
it's going to be bad, my nigga.
Bro.
Poirier dropping the M-word before GTA 6 is crazy. Didn't hit the hard R on him. Listen, I don't know. Listen, I think Poirier. I'm giving Poirier the pass. Now, some people may say, I don't know, I'm not qualified to give out any passes. I think you know what? I think we're letting this one slide. You know, it's Poirier, guys. You watched the fight with Dan Hooker. This guy's got one pass. You know, I'm just keeping it real, man. You're a black MMA fan. You watch that fight with Dan Hooker and don't think. He can say it a couple times. You know, just a couple times, dude. What's it going to take? This guy's bled for you. You know? The balls this guy's put on for MMA fans across the world. He can't say it. Soft day at the end.
Oh, I can't say that he can, but...
What's the boys in co-member got to do? Huh? You can't be mad. You can't be mad. Him going after Makachev in round 4, ripping them body shots up against the cage. That's a pass per punch. Come on. Everybody gets one. No, not everybody. Sorry, I need to stop. I'm talking like I'm fucking king of the YN Alliance here, but Poirier just fucking squaring up with a police officer here, man.
Bro, what's up? Bro, relax. Ready up to 37. Ready to start several units.
You don't want to fight, son? Several units, he's in. He's pulled the taser. And now Poirier's looking at the women who are scooting away from him. And now he's going to, this is kind of like, he's going to start rizzing them a bit here. Now he's showing off in front of the HUDs. Okay? As he has called them, by the way. These are probably nice women.
How you boys not going to fight some?
How your boys not going to fight some? Now he's showing off in front of the HUDs. Dude, this police officer is actually a bitch, let me just tell you. Come on, man. You're not going to square up with Dustin the Diamond Poirier in an airport when he calls you out? It's a dream come true for most fans. And you call yourself an MMA fan? Recognize Poirier straight away? You ain't going to throw fisticuffs with him? You ain't going to jump the ghillie? Come on, dude. Poirier literally showing off in front of the HUDs here.
How you boys not going to fight some?
How your boy's not going to fight something? And he kicks the podium. Like, you don't know what he's doing, man. He's so aggressive. This bitch. They're like, okay, we're going. We're leaving. You're marching around the airport. It's completely empty, by the way.
Khabib.
I guess because they've just boarded, right?
Boy, bro, relax, bro. Relax, bro. Relax.
What is this? Dustin, no! Dustin, no! You are the chosen one, dude. If I was this police officer, I'd be fucking trembling behind that taser. Don't make me do it, Dustin. You are supposed to be the chosen one. With no controversies. Not the diamond, dude. I've been cheering you on since you survived the calf kicks against Jim Miller. No. I've been with you since the Joe Duffy win, dog. You know, I'm just trembling behind a gun as a police officer in America. Please don't make me do it, Dustin.
Bro, I'm gonna bang you up. Bro, relax.
I'm gonna bang you up, dude. And he's out. He's just ready for it, dude. Wide Poirier, TRT'd up, drunk.
Just relax. Give me a good one.
Give me a good one. He wants to tase. He wants it. And now he's standing there as the other police officer shows up, like the most terrifying sleep paralysis demon. The most terrifying 5'7" sleep paralysis demon you've ever seen, dude. Legs side by side, wide shouldered. The second officer has entered the scene, okay?
They kick him off. This guy's a UFC fighter.
His explanation remains, bunch of hoes, bunch of bitch-ass motherfucking hoes. Maybe there's more to this, dude. Listen, we can't trust these hoes, dude. Honestly, I might be Team Poirier. What were they doing to him, dude? Honestly. This ain't my Dustin. He wouldn't just make accusations like that. What were they really up to before the cameras went on? We can't be too quick to pass judgment. Nah, we can't. He's fucking crashing out badly. Derek Lewis on the scene.
This guy's a UFC fighter. What's going on, bro? Talk to me. The bitches lying hoes, man.
These bitches lying hoes, man. What the fuck is this guy? Who is this guy? I know his accent kind of slips out now and then, but what the fuck is going on? I've never heard this from Dustin.
What's going on, bro? Talk to me. The bitches lying hoes, man.
Man, these bitches for a lying hoes, man. Gee, man. Get me back in there, dog. Conor McGregor. Come on now. Let's run the quadrilogy now. I'm putting paws on you on shit. You feel me? I'm from the grave. They don't agree. Just engage. We got on feet beating now. Come on, just. We ain't tough beating that eel at the pool now. We gonna have run that trilogy now. Give me that belt, man. Hood Poirier coming back would be a generational return. Arrest me. That's good. That's honestly W Poirier. Not resisting too much. Manel Cap has showed up on the scene as well, dude. They got the whole roster out. They had to bring UFC fighters as police officers here to detain the Great Diamond. You know? They probably had Jordan Levitt was first on the scene, trembling behind his taser. But now Officer Derek Lewis and Manel Cap have showed up, the dynamic duo. You know what I mean?
Arrest me. That's the best way, dog.
That's the best way. Dude, it feels like suicidal. Am I off? Like he wanted it to be way worse. Honestly, yeah. Shout out to this police officer. Let me show you Dustin spudding him in a second. Well, we'll get to that after, because that's a memorable moment. Shout out to this police officer, because you know there's an alternate universe right now where we see a video of Dustin Poirier failing a guillotine on a police officer in an airport and getting tased and spasming on the ground. But because of the police officer's restraint, and probably also because of the police officer being like, not the diamond, no, you Dustin Poirier? Immediately the guy knows who Poirier is. If this police officer wasn't like a casual MMA fan in some way, and didn't have the restraint that he had, we're seeing body cam footage of Poirier just fucking crashing out at a police officer. and getting tased and fucking seizing up on the ground badly, like a really humiliating video. This is bad, don't get me wrong, this is humiliating, but fucking hell, man, it could have been way worse. He could have got shot. If he was just that tad bit more aggressive. I've seen it happen for just a charge, you know?
Hey, pound it. Hey, man, you did a great job, bro. You did a great job.
That's in it.
You did what you could.
You did what you could, man. That's like you're a bitch at the end of all of it. That's gonna be the meme, right there. Him getting cuffed up.
Pound it. Hey, man, you did a great job, bro. You did a great job. You did what you could.
You did what you could, just walking away, trembling behind a taser. Great restraint, but that's Poirier being like, you were a bitch, like you were supposed to fucking brawl with me in this airport right now. You can tell by the way he looks at him here as well. Like he's still got that aggressive look in his eyes, dude, the veneers as well. And this is where we're going to get into the psychological breakdown of Dustin Poirier. Because I am quite worried. I know, it's funny, CTE is funny, but drunkenness, fighters embarrassing themselves, it is funny, but we all love Dustin. He's not a bad person. This is his first fuck-up, right? And he's been posting a bunch about this, and this is what's worrying about this situation. He posted this on his Instagram story. I'm at the point where I need some help. Walking away from fighting hasn't been easy on me, and alcohol isn't the answer. It has ruined my father's life, and I will not allow it to ruin mine. My family deserve me at 100%. I'm trying to do everything I can to get my mind right and take the right next steps. This is a great legal move as well from him, to show remorse immediately for his behavior. You know what I mean? Like, all of this helps in terms of a public figure being in a situation like this. But I believe him, dude, because I said this I haven't been live much. I haven't been making many things. But I believe this because has anyone else noticed that Poirier's like eternally lit since his retirement? I'm just saying. I've noticed big time. Anytime I see Dustin Poirier and he's not on that Paramount show of like Deep Waters with Masvidal and Weidman and Dean Thomas, that's a good show, by the way. Like, he has shit going for him outside the cage that he could keep doing. I just feel like Poirier, every time I've seen him like show up at an event or seen like a fan video of him in public and him dapping up a fan, he's constantly like geeked up, and not in just a TRT type of way, because he has hopped on the sauce, and that's definitely like a part of like a little extra aggression maybe. But he's like been drunk a lot, and I think he's been a bit something else a lot, because I used to do an impression of Poirier, not verbally, but when he used to do this towards the end of his career. And even sometimes when you catch a video of him and he's just sitting there, he'll just be kind of spacing out, going, like that with his teeth, just like awkwardly like spacing them together. Not like this. Not like a proper clench. Like a weird, like a jaw thing going on. So I don't know what else is going on. Maybe he's on Colombia's finest. Maybe he's gone the McGregor route. But honestly, we got sober McGregor and drunken retard Poirier at the same time before GTA 6, dude. Crazy timeline. What are we in? What timeline are we in right now? Sober McGregor and drunken fucking tarded out Poirier at an airport getting arrested at the same time? What's going on? Maybe McGregor is going to beat Max, dude. He's absorbed Poirier's essence and poisoned him with his own in return. And then Poirier said this ages ago as well, and some people have been posting this on Twitter, and it's him predicting his demise in a way. And obviously when you hear fighters say this at first, you think, Poirier's a nice guy, nothing bad's going to happen with him. But he did say this on Theo Von's show a while ago.
Have to. Yeah. There's no if you get complacent or if you, what? I'm like, it's honestly, bro, I'm a danger to myself when I'm have nothing, no goal circled on my calendar. I'm a danger to myself, man. Yeah? Yeah. I beat myself up mentally. I'm home, I drink. It's just not good. I have to have some kind of battle. Yeah. Yeah.
That's tough. That's tough. For a retired fighter with a bit of that CTism, you know? That is tough.
And I've always been like that, but like as I'm getting older, I'm kind of recognizing. Oh, you can see it more. Yeah, so I kind of set goals so I stay busy. You know.
And Dustin ain't been too busy recently, man. Could it be because Gaethje won the belt and he's getting extra drunk? I'm worried about Dustin. I'm worried about Dustin on a mental level here. Retiring from the sport, not having anything to do. He's gone into the sauced up gym arc. That he's peaked there. There's nothing more to really chase in that realm. He's got his show. That's stable. That's not really too exciting for him. Now he's drinking a bunch. You see it at a lot of events. I wish I had more examples of videos, but any fan video of them running into Poirier, he seems to have this weird energy to him, like a geriatric kind of... He walks around like a Team America character. That's the only way I can describe it. He's just sort of like sauntering around like that behind the backstage area of the UFC events. And then these are the... Oh, dude, Dustin, no! These are the mugshots, dude. McGregor looks like, I'll do it again. Not only did I do it, I'll fucking do it again, yeah? No shame in McGregor's eyes. Poirier's broken by this reality for him, because this ain't Poirier, dude. This isn't Dustin. This is the difference. McGregor knew he was going to be a cunt when he got famous and got money. I said that a while ago with McGregor. Like, he ended up being a rotten cunt when he got money and fame. And he gave us all of the clues on the come up. Like, that is who Conor is. Like, he is a arrogant. You could so see him turn into the clubs in the sniff, even though he was saying this stuff before. That's like his personality. He's a wild cunt. But Poirier was the family man. You know? The family man, very reserved life. You don't really see him going out too much. You barely see any side videos of him. Very quite nervous. He's got a nervous disposition. He's not bodacious and out there. And look at him now, dude. Tears in his eyes at the mugshot. Tough, dude. That's tough. It's tough to see. It really is tough to see. And this is him wrestling that night, actually. Somebody's got a video of him. That night, wrestling, because Ben Askren immediately responded to the reports saying he was having a good time at the airport, wrestled some of my friends. Little did Askren know, he's calling airport staff hoes and dropping the M-word on a police officer and saying he wants to fight him.
Grab it, please. Please. Start in the clinch like Nothing,
Now send him to Snapdown City and embarrass him like Armin did to me, Dustin. No, Poirier's a good dude, so he would never fucking do that when trying to stuff a takedown. But still, he was kind of like, this is kind of bitter energy from him, don't you think? So he was probably having a fucking bad day for real, because this is kind of like sour energy.
Grab it, please. Please. Start in the clinch like Nothing,
Nothing. Like, no, like, happy, jolly laughing. Try it, please. Nothing. Like, a little bit of a bully energy coming out of him. I don't know if there's too much to read into this, but with the context that we have, you can kind of tell there was a bit of an edge to him that night. You know? And if this is a couple drinks before, why do people drink at airports? I guess they fly and it's a long flight. Is it that long of a flight? Is he in Georgia and he's going to Alabama? Or no, Louisiana? Is it that long of a flight? Why are you getting drunk for a 2-hour flight? I don't know what's going on, but he's with his boys, I guess. He's trying to make it home for Father's Day. This is tough, man. I'm actually pretty fucking worried for him. And these are some posts from Poirier a while ago as well, where he was saying, someone said next step, and he said sobriety. is his next step. Goal for 2020, Dustin Poirier, sobriety, clarity, and 3 wins in the UFC. So this is while he's still actively fighting as well. 2020 again. Nah, not really a big deal. I just want to be 100% sober for a year. Now, I'm not a drinker. I'm not really a drug doer. I kind of quit drinking when I was 18. But I've had some drinks on occasion, but very fucking rarely do I ever do a drug. I think I'm retarded and I shouldn't do them. But somebody who's constantly saying that it's time to get sober when you don't even think there's a problem with it. Like, I've never noticed Poirier with a drug problem. But you see all these posts about, I'm really pushing for sobriety this year. Poirier likes his drink, dude. Likes his proper 12, to say the least. Worrying circumstance. Dustin Poirier, man. Really tough situation, dog.
Oh, I don't want to fight.
Let's go.
Ready to have you?
Yeah, tell him, come on.
Get a couple of
Because it's going to be bad.
Bro, just
it's going to be bad, my nigga.
Bro.
Imagine being a Poirier fan. He's trying to fight you at an airport.
What's up? Bro, relax. Radio 37. Radio, start severing you.
How you guys not going to fight something? It's so funny that he tried to impress the Huz with this behavior. Man, how are you not going to fight? He went full YN here, dude. Calling women whores, attacking a police officer, dropping the M-word. I mean, he almost had a full-blown transformation in that airport lounge.
Radio 37, Sam. Boy,
Damn, he dropped it a few more times there as well.
Radio 37, Sam. Boy,
Pace. No, I'm checking on pace.
Relax, bro. Relax, bro. Relax.
I'm gonna bang you up.
Bro, relax. Just relax.
Give me a good one.
Yeah. They kicked him off. Like, this guy's a UFC fighter. You know.
What's going on, bro? Talk to me. The beast is lying holes, man. Let's go. All right. Let's go. Sad to see, man.
Arrest him.
Getting out bad. Hopefully not.
That's the best way, dog. That's the way.
Hey, pound it.
All right.
Man, you did a great job, bro. You did a great job. That's such Poirier energy! Oh my god, dude. That is such Poirier energy, you know? Hey, don't count your chickens before they hatch, man. What's that you said you were going to beat my ass to Dan Hooker after? Like, even when he's won. He hasn't won here, by the way. But he's bitched the police officer and he's still rubbing it in. This is such Poirier energy, dude. Real MMA fans know what I'm talking about. After he's won a fight and he's still walking around pissed. He actually always had this in him. And I guess the alcohol is a... What's it called for that? A catalyst for that type of thing to come out of him. It's what it is, dude. It's tough. I don't like seeing it. I do. It's funny. And it's good content. And the memes. Think of the fucking memes. I just see people posting this moment here. Like when I saw someone post earlier when somebody says that Arman Sarukian's going to beat Justin Gaethje.
Bro, just
it's going to be bad, my nigga.
Oh, bro.
What's up?
Bro, relax.
When somebody said that Marab's going to win the trilogy against Piotr Yan.
Because it's going to be bad.
Bro, just
it's going to be bad, my nigga.
Bro.
Let's go.
I don't want to fight.
Let's go.
Ready to have you?
Yeah, tell him, come on.
Get a couple of
Because it's going to be bad.
Bro, just...
Dustin, you got to come back to the Boys & Co. Come back to the light. Leave the YN in the past, dude. Gotham needs the Boys & Co. More than ever, dude. Leave the YN behind and become the Boys & Co. member you were meant to be. Don't go into the darkness, Poirier, dude. I see it. It's tough, dude. But then we got Battle of the YNs, Dricus du Plessis versus Kamaru Usman. We can talk about this at the end of the video. who's the real African. Now I'm joking. But this is a big fight. Really looking forward to this one. I reckon I got Dricus du Plessis here. This is the main event of Oklahoma City on July the 18th. I actually said this a while ago because it was rumored, and I never really tweet out things. I don't know why they waited so long to fucking announce it. That was really weird of them because this is literally in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. So I don't know why they waited so long to announce it. But this is a huge, huge fucking fight. And I tweeted about this saying, get ready for the Dricus du Plessis versus Kamaru Usman announcement because, you know, you see rumors on Twitter, but then sometimes I get DM things from people and I'm like, he's 100% right so far with these fight announcements. So I'll tweet something like I know what's good. But yeah, I'm going to go Dricus du Plessis. There is a chance that I think I know why Usman took the fight. Maybe a bit of vendetta for Adesanya. I don't know, a little bit of a personal motivation for him. But I also could see a world where Usman thinks, you know, Chimaev held him down for 5 rounds. I'll be able to hold him down for 5 rounds. Du Plessis is open on the fee. Like, that, he is an approachable, perceivably approachable fighter to defeat, you know? And Usman thinks, you know, this is his way straight to the top of the middleweight division. He has a win over Sean Strickland previously. This is a big legacy win for him as well.
Go.
This is Kevin Mitnick, one of the world's most famous hackers, and one of the first. In many ways, his story shaped how we think of his kind. The media vilified him, the authorities hunted him, and they were all extremely scared of him. Mitnick's story is about the advent of modern IT, about a kid who always wanted to be a magician. Most of all, it's Catch Me If You Can, but with computers.
In the 1990s, I was the most wanted hacker in the world. You get that adrenaline rush from the accomplishment of breaking into the system or finding a security hole.
I mean, Jack, back then there wasn't so many philosophers in saying that.
This video is largely based on the book Ghost in the Wires by Kevin Mitnick. It tells the story from his point of view, meaning some details rely on his personal recollection and can't always be independently confirmed.
It's not an ad. It's just
Young
like
Kevin Mitnick loves watching magic tricks, but audiences fascinate him. Magic is about control. Magicians pull your attention where they want it, make you see what they want you to see. They take it.
Turn up the heat with Culver's new jalapeno jackpot burger and chicken sandwich.
I am now very much looking forward to this game in a way that I kind of wasn't like expecting myself to.
So yeah, there was. Should we like look at all the NBA shit that happened and just talk about that?
We have to. Well, obviously, you were in the middle of getting praised by the nation. By the way, the cake was amazing. There is some talks that there is some legislation that may be passed, and I really loved. I got to be honest with you, brother. I really loved what you said. Just about, and I try to do this every day. Just be appreciative of what you have. And I listen. I'm not oblivious. You know, I'm not clueless to the fact that there are a lot of people that are really struggling. But there was someone in my life who was going through a bunch of stuff, and I had a conversation with this person, and I said, I understand you're dealing with X, Y, and Z, but how about this? Let's take a look at the stuff that's going well for you, that you really appreciate, and kind of go down the list. And you kind of, when you do that, you kind of realize, hey man, I do have a lot to be appreciative for. And I think you made a great point, and it resonated with a lot of people, man. You know, so. So, do you want to start? Do you want to start with Death Note, or do you want me to start with Death Note?
Who is Tom Pearl?
Tom Pearl. Tom Pearl?
Is this like a spam? Why are people spamming collab with Tom Pearl? Who is this?
I don't know. Let's find out.
Who is that? Let's start with Death Note, bro.
Yeah. Hold on. I want to see.
Which, by the way, I don't know what episode you. Well, we'll talk about it.
All right. Hold on.
Who's this? He centers around brain rot humor.
I'm not. Okay, whatever.
Oh, so you're coming in here with TikTok memes. He eats shit.
Okay, all right, we're moving on. We're moving.
Yo, bro.
We're definitely moving on. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I could be one more than this, but I'm definitely at 7.
Okay, I'm at 8.
And I have to tell you, and you know,
wait. So did you see the wife, the end? What happened with her? Of the FBI agent?
Yes.
Okay, so you're at 8. Okay. So I'm gonna say this, bro, and tell me
that's 8.
8 is after that. I'm on 8.
Okay, I'm on. Then I just saw 7.
Okay, so you didn't see the surveillance camera.
I saw what happened to the FBI agent's fiance.
Okay, so you're about. Okay.
We're
literally on the same shit.
I'm at 7.
I'm gonna say this. When it first started, I'm gonna say maybe towards the end of the second episode. I don't know. It was somewhere in there. I was like, I was kind of on the. I was like, oh, this guy. You know, he's killing. He's killing criminals, right? Like murderers and stuff.
Yeah.
About episode 3, bro, you see like, oh no, this guy's fucking insane. This guy's a psycho. So I'm not on this guy's side. Like, I want him to get caught, but it's so entertaining to see him not get caught though. That's what's so cool.
I don't know out here who's seen this and who's watched it, who hasn't watched it. I mean, it's 20 years old, and I think we are going to have some spoilers. Because it's 20 years old and we are going to talk about it. Because as promised.
Wait, I'm putting an emote just so we don't get spoiled while we're talking about it. Then I'll take it out.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is, we talked about, you know, I really had no interest in anime, and then I don't know who suggested it. Was like, hey man, Death Note 2006, 30 episodes. By the way, the episodes fly by. They're like 20 minutes.
They're so good.
He's like, you know, watch this, and I was hooked from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Now, yes, in the beginning, you had Light, and he was sort of like, yeah, I'm gonna get rid of these bad guys, but then he's like, wait a minute, if anybody investigates me, now we're gonna have a problem. But I gotta tell you how I'm still looking at this stuff.
Okay.
He's gonna continue to kill the bad guys. Now, if somebody tries to stop him, he needs to stop that person because he has to keep killing the bad guys. So I'm a little bit team Light on this. By the way, how much of a freak show is fucking is L? Fuck.
L is just a psycho. And for a minute, I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen, but for a minute I thought that he like knew what was going on. But
hey, listen, man. I gotta tell you, and the funny part of this, I'm watching it with Mom.
Yeah. Does she like it?
Yes. So the two of us are like, what the fuck? And like we we've done like, I think we do them in twos. We did like two, because we're not going to spend the whole night. Because I also don't want to end that fast.
I know.
I want to, because everything else with the binge watch and everything else, I really would like to. I want to extend this a little bit. You know, maybe not do the whole thing in 2 weeks and all. I want to extend it. I will tell you this though. I'll say this much. And again, we took the word of a lot of people here. When we're done with this, if there's other suggestions, I'll watch another anime.
The main one I've seen is Attack on Titan. That is what everyone is saying to watch.
All right, so then that's cool. So then I have no problem checking out a little anime. You know what I like though, and I hope that they're all like this. I like that it's a short episode. You can knock it out, move on. The only thing I don't like, here's the thing I don't like, and it's kind of funny. It's a joke between me and Mom. The theme music I can't listen to. It makes me crazy.
Oh, I skipped it.
It's so bad, dude. It's like this crazy like Japanese like metal like I don't even know how to describe it, dude.
I'm usually for let the theme song go.
No, I immediately have to hit the button because it makes both of us crazy.
But I do like the music in the show.
Oh yeah.
The music in the show, it's like, you know when you see something and you already heard that sound before, maybe on TikTok or something. Wait, that's what that's from? I've heard the music from this show before, but I never knew what it was.
Yeah.
Same thing with from Dexter.
Yeah.
That music in Dexter, I never knew that's what it was from. So
listen, man, I'm a fan. I love it. I'm looking forward to to watching more. And like I said, I'm not going to rush this thing. 2 here, 2 there. I really want to enjoy it. Dude, the thing that you tweeted was so funny with that old school television.
Oh yeah,
that was so weird. I was laughing. I was like, where the fuck would you?
Dude, I got on eBay.
Where the fuck would you find something like that?
I've been obsessed with like old TVs. I bought a couple.
Yeah.
And because they're just like, you know that sound a TV used to make when you click it on?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're just nice.
Dude, we used to have, when I was a kid, we had rabbit ears. Turning through the ears.
Oh yeah, no, there's an antenna.
So I'm a huge fan.
I'm good water.
And I am going to, when this, when we do kind of, when this thing ends, we are definitely gonna. I'm speaking for myself. I'm definitely gonna watch another anime. So I want some other recommendations. So that's gonna be exciting. That's really what we've been watching. I've really been enjoying the World Cup. So that's been surprisingly, I've because I'm not really a soccer guy, but it's very intriguing. And now going into the knockout rounds and all that cool stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So I'm looking forward to. I know U.S. U.S. They won last night, which is awesome, and we're gonna see what's happening. So when he comes back, I want to talk a little bit about the basketball because there's been there's been so much that's happened in just like a day or two, and obviously we're gonna talk about LeBron. So we'll wait till he gets back, and then we can kind of jump into that a little bit. I just want to also thank all you guys. I want to thank all you guys for yesterday. That was a pretty amazing display. First of all, I couldn't believe how many people were watching. That was incredible. But you guys were fantastic yesterday, and jokes aside, man, I know it meant a lot to him. So, but that was a very fun thing. And like I said, when he called me yesterday from when he was on stream,
baby.
I told him, I said, this is the first annual. So going forward, each July 1st, we'll we'll call it Appreciation Day, right? I think that's what he said. But we all know it's the Los Appreciation Day. So, but anyway, So I hope everyone's doing well. I know Saturday is the 4th of July, and it is the 250th anniversary, right, of this nation. 250 years. You know what's weird, man? I remember being a kid, and remember 1976, and they called it the bicentennial, right? It was the 200th, and now 50 years later, man, fucking goes fast, brother. It goes fast, man. It sure does. Oof. Yeah, I'm not going to be talking about the Yankees at all, because I'm physically disgusted to my stomach, and I also can't get that mad because I just know that, you know, a lot of guys are not there and they're playing different types of characters, and I get it, and that's really no excuse for the pitching. I understand that. But I'm going to back off here a little bit. I'm not going to get myself crazy like I did last year. You know, we just coming into July. I'm not going to get myself nuts about it, and you know, we'll leave it at that. But one thing I will always say, and I've said this for many decades: Yankees might go through it. They might have problems. This, that, the other. At least I'm not a Mets fan. Oof. Dude, what do you do with that situation, man?
Beat up, Prego.
It's like what is it, the second or third highest payroll in baseball, and it's a fucking disaster? Listen, man, I'm not a Mets hater at all. By no means. I want to see them do well. You really have to start thinking, is there something else going on here? Like, is there really a jinx, or I don't know what? But holy fuck, man, what a mess that is over there. Anyway, you know, you've heard me say this before. I just don't understand how anyone can bring a child into this world and make them a Mets fan. I don't understand it. I don't get it. So I hope Juan Soto's happy. I know that they got a luxury box for his family. I know how important that was. That was critically important. So I hope he's happy with that. And I'm sure he's thrilled. I'm sure he's very, very happy with his decision. So, yeah, somebody's saying watch The Wire. Yeah, I've seen The Wire. Excellent show. If you haven't seen it, my favorite. I love the first season. That was my favorite of all of them. I really, really enjoyed the first season. If you guys haven't seen The Wire, definitely check it out. You know what they're doing? I don't know if you guys know about this or if you give a shit. Apparently they're re-releasing The Sopranos in 4K. I mean, I don't know. Does anybody give a shit? Would that? I mean, I'm probably not. I mean, I've thought about it. I think I've rewatched it twice since it went off the air. It's been 19 years, so I think I've rewatched it.
My phone's hot.
Twice since then. I don't know if I can watch it again. Maybe I'll watch episodes. I don't know, but this 4K thing, I mean, is that compelling enough to make you watch this? It's 4K. I don't know.
No, you crush. I don't know. She punched her though and knocked her tooth out. So when we get back to St. Louis, she's going to meet me and this one comes out. So we're going to because we are on boarding. She came back to my seat on the plane. On my seat, she came back to my seat and punched me in the nose and took my tooth out. She How would you like to proceed? So, can you just you and the baby here tonight? No, I got my two sons over there, my mom, and the kids. Tell him what happened. So, when he was boarding on the plane, I was getting car seat strapped in. My son, my oldest son was behind me. He can't sit down in his seat, so I had to strap him in the car seat, and she got on. Instead of waiting, she pushed him out the way and said, "You need to get him out the way." She walks and goes to her seat. So after I finished strapping in the car seat, I went to her seat. I said, "Next time you address a parent, you don't address a child. You don't put your hands on any child." She gets the scream. "Get on my seat! Get on my seat!" She's pointing. I said, "Man, the only time you do, don't touch my child and talk to me. If you need me to get him out the way." So she starts standing up as I backed up. And she's like, "Get on my seat! Get on my seat!" And she gets closer and closer, and she just mushes in my face. When she mushes in my face, that's when I reacted and grabbed her by her hair. And that's when she went to go bite me. So then that's when I just kept pulling. She grabbed me by my hair. And that's when we just got to tussling in the seat from there. She definitely was. Flight attendants and the test that everybody that was right there. I didn't even person in front of us. She also took my line out of my she's not going to get away. I'm sorry. It depends on the organization. Obviously, the plane is being after I talked to the flight staff outside of these parties, if you want to start boarding again. Hello. Alright, so can you tell us what you got the lady with
check it out. What I did though, because I was waiting to came back, but I was having like a little bit of fun here. I asked them whether you're a basketball fan or not, just kind of your opinion. I asked them where they thought the Bronx would wind up. And listen, man, I gotta tell you what I think is, I think it would be like a really nice, like I said, kind of like a full circle, whatever term you want to use, full circle moment. If he came back to I think that's a pretty good team. I think that's a pretty good team. Now, where would I like to see him go? I'd like him to come back. I'd like him to be in the East. I really would like him to finish his career in the East. Out West, I don't think they said Timberwolves. I don't know about that, or the Nuggets. And then I don't think he's going to go to those two contenders. I don't think he's going to go to San Antonio or to OKC. I think he's going to wind up in the East. I mean, the two coolest places for him to wind up would be either Miami or New York. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm not done. I'm going to tell you this right now. If LeBron ever becomes a Knick, you think that place is going crazy? But think about it. He's not going to go there because if he wins there, they're just going to be like, well, they win without you. Okay. He's only going to go to a place that couldn't have won without him. I don't completely agree. Well, if that's the case, then why not just go to New York? Just join one of the Thunder. I mean, it's above you. It's really I heard this. I don't know who the guy was, to be honest. I was just like, I had something on in the background, and I heard this, and it really kind of made me laugh. What if he goes home and he just did all this for them to let them make all kinds of crazy? And let me tell you right now, they made some rules. The Lakers rules and Rui, Marcus Smart, Ross Jackson is obviously backup center.
I'm not so concerned about Jackson Hayes.
On the Browns.
I
They lost.
Yeah.
They lost basically their entire team except for.
But I think they've signed some pretty decent guys. I think they've signed some pretty decent guys. Yeah, I think he's moving on from them. I really do. My two landing spots that I would like to see. First of all, definitely forget the West. I want to see him back in the East. I think it's going to be Cleveland. I would.
But do you want to play with James Harden?
Yeah.
Do you want?
No, that's fair. But I mean, so now listen. If you're saying where would I like to see him? I'd like to see him either Miami or New York. If he went to one of those places, it would be
Miami. Oh my God,
Miami would be that would be a very interesting situation.
But if he went to the Warriors, let's be honest, that team would be fucking nice.
Yeah, but I think they were supposed to, but they're not going to make a move with Anthony Davis. They already said they're not going to do anything with him. That was part of this whole thing. Anthony Davis, LeBron. I don't think that's going to happen. You know what I think a lot of people forget. I know this for a fact. A lot of people.
Philly would be that coach.
Philly.
The Sixers.
Yeah, don't get too excited about the Sixers, buddy. Don't get too excited about the Sixers.
Now I will say this:
don't get too excited.
Healthy. The 76ers should win the final.
Hold it.
But we know Joel Embiid's never healthy.
He's not going to be healthy. You know that.
Listen. We all go into every NBA season. We go, what if, and then what happens, bro? Every single season,
you know what's going to happen.
Everyone gets hurt.
No, not everyone. This guy, Embiid.
Embiid is always
can't stay healthy.
But think about how many
he's falling down. His knee, his ass, his ankles. The guy cannot stay healthy, man. So I'm not that excited about Philly because I know what's going to happen over there. I know what's going to happen. Now with that,
but they still have a good ass team. Though.
They do. I honestly don't understand. I'm going to get to that right now. Bro, I think it was such a bad scenario in Boston that you just gave this guy away. How do you give that guy away? What, 10 years, a ring? The guy, what was he, an MVP? What are you doing? And you get, listen, can we stop with some of these guys already?
Aldridge is 35.
Can we stop just recycling these guys all over the league? We get so excited. I don't care about Kawhi. I don't give a
Hold on a second. Kawhi in Toronto is fine.
Here we go.
Kawhi in Toronto is fine.
Yes, Kawhi, dude, Paul George, Harden. I'm so done.
Harden I'm done with.
Dude, I'm finished with these guys. I'm done with these guys. Move on. I'm done with these guys.
How is Harden still playing like this?
Stop shipping Paul George all over the place. Stop it. Enough. I get it. I got to tell you right now, I don't know what's going on in Boston, but there's going to be a ripple effect from this move. This is a bad move. What a bad decision. Now, you know what you go, listen, if we have problems, whatever, we're not going to problem. I think part of the issue was they were trying to deal with this guy. They thought he was going to go in that one trade. He didn't go. Now it's like they're staring at each other like, yeah, I think we need to part ways. Paul George? Okay, dude.
And you gotta understand too, Jaylen Brown is not he's in his prime. You just traded Jaylen Brown in his prime for a washed up Paul George. And I like Paul George, but he is past his prime.
There's a list of these guys, and I'm sorry. You know what? Listen, I'm just not. I know there's a lot of people that are very excited. I'm just not excited about Kawhi. I'm like, okay, I mean, he's not a spring chicken anymore.
Well, first of all, Kawhi is under investigation.
That's a clip. That's not gonna hurt. That's not gonna do anything.
No, it's still going on.
I understand, but they traded him. So
no, but I'm saying that scenario.
Yeah.
And there's an interesting TikTok about it. The dude who's covering it's Asian guy. I don't know what's his name, Chad. Does anyone know the guy? He's apparently the only reporter reporting on this because nobody ESPN, no one wants to talk about this because it's very like there's what's his name?
Fung?
Pablo Torres. This guy. The other guy, Tom. Yeah, no, that's different one. Pablo Torres. This guy is the only reporter talking about this, and the details that he's gathered. He was talking about some shit where the head guy of the NBA something is the owner of the Raptor, and like it's a whole conspiracy, bro. How it's like they did the trade to like, again, cover this up. I honestly don't, brother. I honestly don't know. Listen, whatever's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. I'm not so excited about Kawhi. Listen, okay, whatever. The one thing that just, I feel just like it hurts a little bit, and I know it had to happen. Well, with Mitchell Robinson going to the... He's gonna take the bread, bro. Listen. Mitchell Robinson, good dude. He's a real one. Shit always happens with Mitchell. He was such an important part of that win. They obviously were not going to pay him that kind of money. And Boston comes along and, but here's the thing about Mitchell Robinson, and like I said, I love the guy, I really do. They're paying him that kind of money. Are they expecting him to be the starting center? That guys, you're gonna have a starting center they're gonna do the hack and shack. Dude, he can't shoot a free throw. You're in trouble he can only come in for small stints. But he's very impactful when he comes in for small stints. But the issue you have is you're paying that guy, what is it? 16 million, 17 million a year for 3 years. Okay. And I'm saying I'm glad he's gonna get the big paycheck and he deserves it and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, that guy can't be your starting center. You know who's still available? Rui. Listen, Rui's out there available. I've said this. I've been saying this for years.
As investigators continue to process the scene, they locate turquoises.
About the girlfriend, are we taking it down or? We haven't tried out on it yet, but either way, we'll do it soon. My main concern is obviously not he's acting this way, he's still belligerent. This shit looks like on you here.
After retrieving a key from the leasing office, deputies crack open the apartment door, bracing for what may be waiting on the other side.
You got a sheet or something underneath it? They're all on that side here.
As deputies enter the apartment, they are immediately met with a gruesome scene. Blood is splattered across the walls, with large dried stains across the floors. The blood doesn't just mark the apartment, it tells a story, vividly illustrating a vicious attack driven by extreme rage. Nearly every direction they look reveals another imprint of the extraordinary violence that unfolded within its walls. In the center of the living room, deputies find a white bed sheet draped over what appears to be a human form. Upon lifting part of the sheet, they observe the head and shoulders of a deceased female lying on her back, confirmed to be Turquoise Samuel. When deputies peel away the remainder of the sheet, they observe that Turquoise has been sliced open from the top of the chest down to the lower abdomen, forming an opening like a set of double doors. She has also been dismembered, with both of her hands missing. A closer inspection reveals her left foot has been nailed to the floor. The scene leaves deputies struggling to comprehend how anyone could be capable of this level of violence. As investigators continue to process the scene, they locate Turquoise's severed hands on a table. Each of her fingers have been removed and scattered across the floor. They also discover multiple bloody footprints belonging to someone other than Turquoise. The area is photographed, and the evidence is collected for analysis. As detectives dig into Turquoise's background, they identify the man she was living with as 37-year-old Arthur Crease. Upon visiting him at the hospital, he is still nude and handcuffed to a bed, where investigators begin noticing details on his body that could prove murder. Cut marks are on the inside of his hands, along with scrapes and abrasions on his knuckles and shoulders. They also find dried blood on his chest and stomach, but no corresponding wounds. His feet are then photographed and measured, but are determined to be consistent with the bloody the apartment, they are immediately met with a gruesome scene. Blood is splattered across the walls with large dried stains across the floors. The blood doesn't just mark the apartment, it tells a story, vividly illustrating a vicious attack driven by extreme rage. Nearly every direction they look reveals another imprint of the extraordinary violence that unfolded within its walls. In the center of the living room, deputies find a white bed sheet draped over.
So yeah, there was. Should we look at all the NBA shit that happened and just talk about that?
Yeah. We have to. Well, obviously, you were in the middle of getting praised by the nation. By the way, the cake was amazing. There is some talks that there is some legislation that may be passed, and I really loved. I got to be honest with you, brother. I really loved what you said. Just about, and I try to do this every day. Just be appreciative of what you have.
Investigators continue to process the scene. They locate Turquoise's severed hands on a table. Each of her fingers have been removed and scattered across the floor. They also discover multiple bloody footprints belonging to someone other than Turquoise. The area is photographed, and the evidence is collected for analysis. As detectives dig into Turquoise's background, they identify the man she was living with as 37-year-old Arthur Crease. Upon visiting him at the hospital, he is still nude and handcuffed to the bed, where investigators begin noticing details on his body that could further connect him to the murder. Cut marks are on the inside of his hands, along with scrapes and abrasions on his knuckles and shoulders. They also find dried blood on his chest and stomach, but no corresponding wounds. His feet are then photographed and measured, and are determined to be consistent with the bloody footprints found at the scene. Detectives find Arthur, who says Turquoise recently ended the relationship and he moved out 2 weeks ago. But when they press him about what happened inside the apartment when she was murdered, Arthur begins describing one of the most bizarre and deeply disturbing stories they've ever heard.
I want you to tell me the truth about when you were inside the apartment. You know what? I heard the craziest things in my job, and guess what? I believe that you have seen some weird stuff going on. So, do me a favor, tell me the truth. What happened today?
Today, this is my last night, and it wasn't her, it was the woman we had. It was at the club, malfunction, they rushed me.
The clone rushed you? What did you do? Did you defend yourself?
Oh, I defended myself. But when they wanted her, there was a machine in there, so I started fighting her like a machine.
Okay, so what did you do to point her as the machine? You were hitting her? Did you use any weapons to defend yourself? A knife? What kind of knife? Like a kitchen knife? Okay. What did you do to her to defend yourself?
Well, like a few times, kicked her, and I was out there.
I know you. Did you see like the inside of her at all?
Well, you know what they're doing? She would come on. I want to look at the spirit and that's the question.
So what did you do to see inside of her?
Oh, I sliced her open.
You sliced her open? What did you see inside of her?
Blood, lemon, and cricket.
What? Detectives quickly realize they're dealing with someone untethered from reality. As they search for the truth hidden within Arthur's delusions, his account only grows darker and more alarming.
Is it possible that we saw maybe a heart? I know that was the thing, and not a lemon, and that the grape juice was actually blood. How do you know it was grape juice?
Yeah.
As detectives continue pressing Arthur for answers, their focus shifts, desperately trying to understand what happened to the rest of Turquoise's body.
Did her hands come off?
It ripped off. Ripped off. You understand how ripped the hands off? She was in extreme pain.
Mm-hmm.
She was in extreme pain.
When you say she wasn't in pain when you did that, do you think she was dead?
No.
So how do you know she wasn't in pain?
Because she swallowed it in.
Okay. Was she laying on the floor or standing up?
She was dead.
Did she beat her ass stand up? And that's why he had to nail her down on the ground?
Yeah, she come out like a robot. Stuff.
After confessing to mutilating and dismembering his ex-girlfriend's body, Arthur decides
he's insane, but it's insane.
Miranda rights.
Well, it makes too bad. We need a day to process everything.
Absolutely, that's completely up to you. We told you in the beginning, if you wanted an attorney, you can have one, and we wouldn't ask you any more questions.
On July 30th, 2021, Arthur Crease was charged with the first-degree murder of Kurt Boyce. However, on December 6, 2021, he was found incompetent to stand trial by the 9th Judicial Circuit Court. He was committed to the Florida Department of Children and Families for placement in a mental health treatment facility and may not be discharged or released without further order of the court. Watch our full videos that were originally made with no randomly muted words or details cut. We've also dropped brand new EMU videos available only on EMU Plus. Available now on iOS, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Google TV.
I'm doing that right now. I'm downloading this app immediately. You know, just X on the video. That's anyone knows that boy? I don't know, he's just so sorry. Anyone knows that boy? I don't know, he's just so sorry. Anyone knows that boy?
A squad of worldies and a bench full of bombshells.
Thanks for seeing okay, and I'll go all the way.
Love Island, it's all kicking off.
When your business grows, the entire community will flourish. Prospect Bank is here to support the growers, the makers, and the entrepreneurs who keep our community vibrant. Our lending solutions and digital tools help your business bloom in every season. Reach out to our business banking professionals today and let us show you how to take your business to the next level. Let's keep building a stronger community together. We are Prospect Bank, the Opportunity Bank.
It's a true crime case that makes headlines across the country.
You just remember to buy two? Yeah. What did you do with the pocket?
Yeah. I know, I forgot the head. I like the head.
What did you do with the head? Okay.
It's not very often you see a female criminal accused of a crime this.
There was. Should we look?
Do you have any marks or anything?
How did this woman become the central figure in one of the most disturbing murder cases in Wisconsin history? Prosecutors say she had a twisted fascination with the state's most prolific serial killer.
Did you note any searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes. 24 total. But the investigation is only the beginning.
I will pray that you meet the same fate as your idolistic Jeffrey Dahmer. So have a good lunch, business.
Once this case reaches the courtroom, it isn't just the evidence that stands out. Her behavior is unlike anything I've ever seen. I'm Elizabeth Milner, and welcome to this episode of Female Criminals. You know, I've been covering true crime cases for years, and have never seen a case quite like this one. It's in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where we meet this week's female criminal, Taylor Shabisnis. Taylor was born in Chicago, Illinois in November of 1997. And despite having a last name that would eventually dominate the true crime universe, she wasn't born Taylor Shabisnis. Her birth name was Taylor Denise Coronado. According to Taylor's father, Arturo, her childhood was relatively normal. After reportedly living in Chicago for years, her family made the move to Wisconsin when Taylor was in the 4th grade. But at 11 years old, her world was turned upside down. After battling a prolonged illness, Taylor's mom, Marla Coronado, passed away. Once Taylor reaches high school, her dad, Arturo, says she began acting out. During Taylor's senior year, she's reportedly expelled for fighting another student. She's sent to live with her grandparents in Texas to finish high school there, and she graduates. However, Taylor ultimately moves back to Wisconsin, and that's where she meets Warren Chabot. It's unclear to us exactly when Taylor's drug abuse began, but according to family, Taylor's drug usage increased when she began dating Warren, after he reportedly introduces Taylor to harder drugs like heroin and methamphetamine. In addition to loving drugs, they seem to love each other too. By Valentine's Day of 2020, Warren Chabot and Taylor are married. Taylor Coronado is now Taylor Chabot, but the newlyweds don't keep the Chabot name for long. They eventually adopt the unusual surname Shabisnis, as their legal last name, reportedly an idea that came to them during a period of heavy drug use. Taylor continues to struggle with her mental health amidst all the drug use, and soon finds herself in trouble with the law. According to a 2020 criminal complaint, Taylor's arrested for battery on a law enforcement officer and resisting arrest. Police were called to respond to a woman who was allegedly under the influence of drugs and knocking on doors. When officers arrived, Taylor allegedly said she was on a different planet right now, that she had just shot up, and then she reportedly showed the officer the track marks on her arms. During this incident, Taylor allegedly kicked at officers who tried to prevent her from walking into oncoming traffic. Taylor's behavior and mental health reportedly reached a breaking point. It's so serious that her dad Arturo felt she needed to go to the county psychiatric center.
She was not in the right state of mind at all, so I feared that she would hurt herself. So that's why I took her. We both agreed. We both went there together and tried to get help, and then ended up releasing her, and she came home, and that was about it.
You might be wondering why Taylor's dad is shackled and in an inmate jumpsuit. At the time of his testimony, he's serving a 12-year sentence for second-degree sexual assault of a child, a charge in which he reportedly pleaded no contest.
Okay. Was she prescribed some medications and things like that?
She was at that evening, no. But yeah, she has been on some medication that she never liked taking those pills. I mean, they kind of messed her up even worse.
Did they cause her to hallucinate or cause her to have?
I think it all started with the Cerebral that was taken, back, I don't understand too much about those prescription drugs, but they never agreed with her at all.
According to court documents, Taylor is hospitalized after a suicide attempt in April and May of 2021. Doctors reportedly diagnosed her with PTSD and bipolar disorder. During the same year, she gives birth to Warren's baby, but it doesn't appear they were ever able to raise their child together. I searched the records with the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. It shows in May of 2021, Warren served time in prison for violating his parole. Then he reportedly began serving time on federal drug charges. Warren and Taylor are still legally married, even with Warren off in prison. But Taylor is in no position to raise a child alone, so her child moves to Texas to live with her grandparents. Taylor remains in Wisconsin. With Warren now in prison, Taylor connects with an old friend from school. His name is Shad Therion. Shad is described by family as someone who is mild-mannered, kind, and compassionate. But just like Taylor, he allegedly struggles with drug abuse too. As Shad and Taylor spent more time together, their relationship was less about romance and more about sex and drugs. And that brings us to the beginning of what unfolds on February 21st, 2022. Around 9:30 that evening, Taylor picks Shad up from his mom Tara's home. The two go to an apartment with another friend to smoke weed. Taylor and Shad reportedly return to Tara's home, and they hang out in the basement of the house because Shad's mom and her boyfriend were away. They reportedly smoke meth and inject trazodone, which is a prescription antidepressant. It also reportedly acts as a sedative. They begin to engage in drug-fueled sex. Shad's mom Tara returns home, not knowing her final goodbye to him has already happened. She goes downstairs to the basement to check on Shad, only to discover a scene no parent should ever witness. Moments later, a 911 call is placed.
I have no clue what's happening with my girl. Swears that she's found her, stuck her head in her son and baby. Go down there? I went down, I can't know what I just brought my legs up, having to freak out.
You're listening to the voice of Steve Hendricks, the boyfriend of Shad's mom, Tara.
You said you went down there, right? Yeah, I looked at the hole, but I can't see very well, and I can't tell what the hell. So there's something in the bucket. There's something that do you think she's hallucinating, or do you think that? I don't think so. I don't know. There's something in the damn bucket. I don't know, man. She's a little freaked out and kind of freaking me out. What's your girlfriend's last name? Can I talk to her? Yes, you can. Hello? Hi, Jared. So, can you tell me what's going on? Kay President, decided to the bucket what made you think that? Because I looked in the bucket. What did you see? Exactly what I know. Okay, where's the rest of the body at? No idea.
Officers of the Green Bay Police Department respond to Tara Pecknick's home. only to discover a basement straight out of a horror movie.
Where's that? Right there. Oh, look, right there. Everybody was small. It's too fast. This is. Okay. Hold on.
Soon, their worst suspicions are confirmed.
I know you're busy over there, but this is actually what it's going to be. It's not going to be a 96 won't be a 96 thing, so we're going to be more than